Hi there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. How's everyone doing? Good to see you all. Who have we got? We've got Krillin first, GG's. Pettis in second, GG's. Thank you both for redeeming your daily bread. And Pettis with a 40 streams. 40 streams. The fuck? 40 fucking streams. That's ridiculous. I need to know if there's like an API endpoint for stream streaks. I need to know if I was to create an action. Let's just say, could I have a trigger that is add Twitch? Is there a stream streak? Because yeah, I'd like to be able to count them. I mean, I know it counts them, but I want to count them on my own software, if that makes sense. Got guest star that I never use. Hype trains that never happen. A tail in my mouth. But yeah, maybe I need to look up whether there is a stream streak. Because yeah, it would be nice when people claim it. You know, it would be nice. Because there's some charity stuff. I'd like to figure out how the charity stuff works. Because we're going to raise some money for charity this year, hopefully. Bot whispers. Chat message, first words. Oh, watch streak. There is. Oh, okay, there is. Right. So, there is a watch streak endpoint that StreamerBot is exposed to. So I can make something with that. Thank you so much for the streak, dude. I appreciate that. I'll make a clip there, and then after stream, I can scratch my head for like 3 hours. Because I bit the bullet. My Bloodborne playthrough that I did on PC, I burned the whole lot. I deleted the whole file, and I want to start a fresh install on a fresh version of the emulator, because apparently it runs stable at 1440p now. So I want to do ultra wide 1440p and record it, and then maybe put it on YouTube as a bit of long form content. But yeah, I have to reinstall. So the package.
Stop it.
So the package I dumped from my copy of PlayStation, my PlayStation copy of Game of the Year, Bloodborne, whatever. You have to have a specific version. I had to go on Amazon and buy a Game of the Year edition on top of the fucking edition that I already own. But I'm not going to pirate because it's beneath me. I have a job, I can afford it, I have access. There's no excuse. So 30, 40 quid for a copy of the best game ever made. And yeah. So I dumped that from my friend's PlayStation, which is modified, to say the least. I dumped my copy of Bloodborne onto a 256 gigabyte USB stick, even though we only needed a 64. And then, yeah, I can then install that package from the disc on my computer from the package file rather than the disc, because you can't read PlayStation discs with a PC, as far as I know, without some sort of wonky Blu-ray drive and license that I don't have, because I'm supposed to put them in my console. And then yeah, you install it, but that means I need to reinstall the package, which means I need to get the package again. I need to copy it from the safe location on my NAS where I have it stored, copy the package, not the actual disc that I had before, because I've modified the disc to do the randomizer and a few other bits and pieces. And I'm gonna install FromSoftServe's mod. So I want a clean copy of Bloodborne before I do that. Yes. Streaky to the moon right now. Gonna look nice. Yeah. No. I mean, FromSoftServe's videos. They've been going through the game with like a fine-tooth comb and like basically improving or replacing or switching on a bunch of features that were turned off or optimized or removed, probably to get them onto the disc and to make it run at 30 FPS. But seeing as those hardware limitations aren't a concern, as much of a concern on PC, yeah, you can just fucking crank everything. So they've been going through and turning on parallax occlusion and putting point lights and dynamic shadows everywhere. And yeah, there's a few walkthroughs where they just walk through Yharnam with all these fucking mods turned on. And I'm like, fuck, man, that looks... Yeah, they were changing the color palette and they were sort of mucking around with the art direction a little bit, but I think a lot of people said, dude, this is really nice, but don't change the art direction. And they were really humble. They actually they actually said, you know what, I heard the feedback and I'm not going to change it. I've taken off all the changes. I'm just adding the improvements. And I think, yeah, that's probably the best thing for that kind of game. So yeah, I came through here and fucking absolutely murdered everybody. This bitch took fucking 2 Requiem shots, which is absurd. Imagine not always doing ultra wide. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, the graphic, the options for this. I mean, this game's really beautiful. But like, yeah, the options we have, it goes up to 1440, but it goes down to 720. Isn't it wild how that doesn't look a hell of a lot different because of all the shaders and effects and everything? It doesn't look a million miles away from what it looked like before in motion. But we take a moment to just look at this scene. Yeah, there's definitely some there's definitely some sharpness that you see, but yeah, 3K resolution is the way to go. So 1440p, and then you got 2160p. So you talking about 1800p? Because I'm not sure. Because yeah, I mean, my TV is 4K and it will do 4K 60, but it will do 1440p 120. And seeing as I can't stream above 1080, I normally just left it at 1080, but I can do 1440 120 hertz. So I do. And then I sort of, you know, if the game can't quite run at 120, I'll cap it to 60 just to make it nice and smooth. But yeah, 1440 60 is what I stream to. So 1440 is kind of the upper resolution limit for me. But they will receive a visit from the DSO shortly. I want you to enact code 6 at 23:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have any need of this place. So that's when Leon, that's what happened to Leon. It's we enacted code whatever. Typical Brits not pirating. Long hail the bay. Well, the thing, I own the game, and to be honest, you know, I got Bloodborne for free from PlayStation at some point when we had the lockdowns, right? And I was like, okay, you know, I've got the time. Let's try a Souls game. And I was also thinking that it had been a while since I tried to stream, because I've tried to start streaming a few times. Like there's photographs of my other. What the fuck is going on? So that's the same. And pirates are considered indigenous people in Canada because they are Métis for real. Métis? Métis. Okay. Métis, yeah. Weak game, 3K resolution is the way to go. I do a 3340 by 4. Oh, so you're... Yeah, so you've got extra wide. So yeah, that's 3K because it's wide. It's ultra wide. But 16 by 9. I have heard of 1800p, but I've never really considered it. I don't know if my screen can actually do it. I don't know. Métis are the indigenous people of the Métis? Yeah. Is it METIS or MEITES? I can't remember. French-ish, yeah, you've got French and Canadian French, right? Probably go put this stuff and this antique coin in storage. Person of mixed parentage in French. Ah, I see. Because, yeah, the first time I heard, I mean, I met some people that were in Europe, and the black guy said hello and had an accent, and I was like, oh, tu parles en français? And he's like, Quebecois. And I was like, what? Quebecois. And I was like, what? He's like, Canada, French Canada. And I was like, oh, they speak French in Canada as well. But they speak Quebecois or Quebecois. Well, I can't quite pronounce it, but yeah. Because I wonder if I blow their fucking heads off, can they become blister heads? Like, are they able to become blister heads? If they don't have heads, basically. Then you have franglais, which is they also speak with over. Well, yeah, this is the thing. Like, I've met people before, Spanish people, French people, and every now and again they just say the English word because it's easier than the fucking word of their own language. I'm like, okay, I suppose we did take a lot. We took a lot from Europe, so I suppose they could take some words back. That's okay, I suppose. Lights off. Okay, how about head off?
This might be useful.
Cool. Yar. So we say English word also because we don't remember our native language word for it. It's fair enough. Because there are some very stupid parts of English, but there are also some parts of it that are quite eloquent and quite, you know, charming. And I must admit though, there are like a handful of words from Europe where they describe like emotions that are very specifically about one thing, and they don't exist in English, which is interesting. But yeah, like feeling homesick for a place you've never been or doesn't even exist. Apparently that's a. So that's, yeah, that's two. Yeah. So. Oh. Hey gang, how's it going? Whoa, it'd be a shame if you all died in one shot. French Island outside Canada, Saint-Pierre, and Miquelon, up in Newfoundland. Newfoundland? Because yeah, Newfoundlands are dogs as well, right? Because yeah, I don't know if it was a Newfoundland Terrier or a Mastiff, but yeah, like I think they might be Chinese, but oh, I see. Or you could not. Okay, if we go in there, we're going to trigger a cutscene, I think. So, I suppose I want to see it. So, for my secretary, I've misplaced the key for the puzzle box padlock. None of the other executives must find out. I need you to locate it discreetly before the next week's meeting. If you can't find it, get the bottle of corrosive from the conference room and melt off the lock. Cool. Okay, so that's the same. Love finding new and obscure words. Yes, yeah. There's I think there's a what's the word? How do you describe it? There's a word that describes what it's like to find a new word. Much like mellifluous is a very interesting sounding word, but mellifluous is a word that describes other words that are very, ethereal and pretty and interesting to say. But yeah, Miyazaki, welcome in. How's it going? Give you one, lagompt. It means not much, not too little in Swedish. It doesn't exist as one word in any other language in the world. Oh, so it's not too much, not too, so just the right amount. Okay. It's lagompt. Don't say that word. Oh God, is it actually a naughty word? Have you taught me a naughty word? They use new flies for water rescue and St. Bernards. I see. No, it didn't work. Didn't work. Right, I want to try this because, yeah, apparently you can slip by that motherfucker. That was a moment, wasn't it? Just butchered the pronunciation. Like hell. Well, I have no idea, do I? Did you put any of the... I think they fixed this one as well. Yeah, I think they fixed. Well, like you put like markings to explain the pronunciation, right? Like the French characters help you explain how you pronounce bonjour and stuff like that. Emily, welcome in. How's the achievements going? Pretty good, pretty good. We are currently... $49 out of 50. We've got to do a playthrough on the hardest difficulty and then we're done. Yes, Sheepy Boy, welcome in. How's it going? Because you were streaming this morning, I think I saw on the Discord. Well, we had a good stream. Whoops. Maybe this can help maybe this can help Gomt. Okay. I saw a video in Australia showing someone how to say a word. Are you guys ready? La rhymes with spa, or law, or law. Gom rhymes with bomb. Okay, gom, loom, or loom, or lot, bomb, or lum. Often spoken as la gom. Law gom. Law gom? Okay. Maybe I'll look up the pronunciation on Google. First say rise up and then say lights. No later, just having so much enjoying your first. Well, I appreciate this, Rick. I hope you have a good lunch. Hello, Baba. Bit of a drive-by, excuse me. So we're up to, Resident Evil 9. This is the last run, and then we've got like 7 demos from Next Fest to try out. There's a bunch of cool shit to look at, so yeah. Close enough. Log on, okay. Log on. No English, really. What do you hear about that, dude? It was great. Oh yeah, unlimited ammo is a meme. I can just basically wait for them to line up and shoot them, because it gives you the magnum like straight away. So you get a pistol, and obviously you use the pistol more. But yeah, Leon gives a 5'5" woman with hardly any shoulders a fucking magnum. So here, take this for protection, and hands her a gun that is probably closer to a shotgun. He hands her this fucking revolver that is ridiculously huge. It's like this. And expects this tiny little woman to use it. It's ridiculous. Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Welcome in, Mango. Alton. But yes, the Magnum to end all magnums, but it's bigger than your fingers. Well, yeah, because it uses 12.7 by 55mm rounds. So, oh, that was, yeah, Numlock was great. Yeah, Numlock's a really good idea. 12.7 by 55 rounds. So, yeah, I mean, come on now. Come on now, look at the fucking size of the rounds it uses. They are literally the size of a human finger. And there it is. There it is. There's the actual gun. There it is. That's literally it, right? So the PW12, or whatever the Russian W symbol is, this is what it is. And it's chambered for 5 rounds. Yeah, it is. It is. So because Resident Evil do this, they pick, because the stake is a real gun in real life as well. Russian revolver, 12.7 by 55. The RSH-12. Yeah, that's it. It's a real gun, because Resident Evil do this. They take a real gun and just like, they get permission and they put it in the game. So it's an RSH-12 chambered in 12. So you get a 9 chambered in 9 by 39, which is still a reasonably fucking big it's a rifle cartridge, yeah. Carbine variant was released in 2020. Assault revolver caliber, Russian-made revolver. It fires from the bottom chamber of the cylinder, like the Ciparano and the Mataba. Yep, because they've used those before. Rather than the more common top chamber, it's chambered for the same ammunition as the Shark 12, the battle rifle, and the VKS. So it just flat out uses rifle rounds instead of fucking handgun rounds, which is, yeah, terrifying. Gyrojet, I've heard of Gyrojet. Yeah, it's a rocket pistol. Yeah, I think they used one in Resident Evil as well. You know, I think there might be a rocket pistol in Resident Evil somewhere. It might be Resident Evil 7. I don't know about guns there, but seeing a bullet that huge, I can tell that's one to stay clear of. Yes, yeah. And the thing is, I don't have that much of an interest in shooting guns, but the engineering behind them. And how we've learned how to machine metal in a way to make it perform the way we want. It's been quite interesting to sort of read into. And like, yeah, it's really clever. And the unfortunate thing is that we, as human beings, we tend to only really advance the development and, you know, mechanical finesse of things that we like cars and guns. But yeah, like if you get into the science of it all, it's super interesting. So there's a herb that I left there in the parlor. Cleaned out all of that. Custodian's office. We've got the key. Yeah, we could do that. So we could go and do that. There's an antique coin there that we've missed. We can go into that part of the blood lab now. We've got something to... organless corpse. Yeah, we need to do that. Okay. But we've got... Yeah, did we pick up? Oh no, we didn't, because it makes noise, doesn't it? Because I want to pick up a glass bottle. Because I want this guy to hit Chunk and kill him in one shot. The recoil renders it unusable. Not brave enough to get that close. Yeah, yeah. But this is the thing, The Walking Dead. Even though I've tried to watch The Walking Dead like I don't know how many times. Am I going to get a glass bottle somewhere? Oh, I put the fucking wristband away. And I haven't got it yet. Hey man, the fuck you grown-ass man. Hey man, the fuck you grown-ass man. I mean, I'm 40 years old, so I would consider myself an adult, but I still have, you know, some life left in me. I'm not, you know, like an adult like that hates everything. But yeah, weird way to start a conversation, but welcome in. Pump action, a zombie weapon that you can blow that. Well, yeah, like, I mean, welcome in, Dennis. A bow and arrow, I was going to say Walking Dead. I tried to watch it so many times, but I always get bored and drift off and just never end up finishing it. But yeah, a fucking crossbow, like a decent crossbow where you reclaim the bolts afterwards. Yeah, that's actually a Giga Chad move because it's silent. Some inconsistencies as the show goes on. Yeah, it just, I think I watched it once and drifted off of it. Then I watched it again, and I got to the part where they find the prison, and I thought, damn, that's a really cool location to sort of hole up because the prison is really secure. And then I think from there they find that town that's like basically re-establishing society, but Negan is in charge, and then I sort of drifted off. So I haven't watched it past that, but I do know that Glenn gets his head fucking squeezed by a baseball bat and his eye pops out. Right, I think I'm okay. GG's on third, Dennis. Bro, who are you talking to? Well, I read out the message from you, so that would genuinely that would mean that I was talking to you. But welcome in. Your keyboard needs help. Yeah, I suppose you could put it that way. Zombies don't seem as much of a threat anymore. That's making the show feel pretty dead. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Is that the thing about Netflix, and it's not just The Walking Dead, but several other shows that I've been, advised to watch, is that they always fizzle out and then just become really stale, and they stay really stale for a long period of time until the viewership drops off, and then they just sort of close it off because it's not making money. And I feel like that's a really bad way to tell a story. I think that Netflix TV series are Grace, when I run, stand up, you stupid cunt. Honestly, dudes, the movement needs a lot of work. The movement really does need a lot of work. It's really awkward. Like running, making you stand up. I don't know why it doesn't work. It works, but then it doesn't. Yeah. So I will... Have I got a glass bottle? Empty bottle I have. Okay, so I'm going to take that with me because when Chunk starts chasing me, I would very much like to not be anywhere near. So, I should probably save there, shouldn't Bro, I like the way you enjoy your daughter while playing games when others just goes to work and, hey man, you have my respect. I appreciate it. I mean, I go to work as well, I have a job, but I still feel like video games are one of the best mediums for storytelling we have left. Like I was just saying, like Netflix has kind of just destroyed the art of storytelling. Whereas a story is supposed to have a beginning, a middle, and end. It has a run time and a length, and there's plot points, and you space them out with, Netflix TV series. It's, they establish the characters, and then they just do the middle over and over and over again. They just put the same characters in the same fucking scenarios that we've seen lots of other characters experience. And and then after a while, they see the viewings dip, so they either add a new character, or they just can the show. And yeah. Em, thank you so much for resubscribing. This was 7 months. 7 months, well over half a year. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. For the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Thank you so much. Zombies don't seem as much of a threat anymore. Yeah. Ever seen I Am Legend? That was because like Will Smith's character, he was like totally fine, and then he meets a girl, and it all goes massively wrong. And I was like, dude, if that's not what being a single man is like, you meet a girl and you're like, damn, she's really interesting, she's really funny, and she's really attractive, and she really wants to spend a lot of time with me. And then you find yourself like, oh, I should text her and we should go and do something. And then you're like, oh shit, here we go. Here we go. No holiday on a Saturday. No holiday on a Saturday. That's a shame. Krillvon, welcome in. Krill, is that you on YouTube? Or is that somebody else? According to my lawyer, no comment. No, that didn't work. Damn. Okay. Excuse me. They didn't allow me to be named the same one everywhere, so I had to put the Von on it. Okay, see. What's your opinion about marriage? Well, I mean, you know, if you're happily married, then congratulations. Don't get married unless you really feel like it's right for you, because once you're married, there's a ton of legal implications to breaking that off. And yeah, like on one hand, you could say that marriage is saying, I love you so much, I want to get the government involved. But on the other hand, it's a commitment, right? And you are, you know, binding yourself to somebody else and committing to them in a way which is, you know, not really recognized, well, in a way that's, you know, recognized like most others aren't. But yeah, arranged marriages, you know, people being forced and sort of, you know, strong-armed and coerced into marriages, people getting married for the wrong reasons and then getting divorced, and it all gets a bit fucking sketchy, and then you've got two families that then hate each other for the rest of the time. It's, yeah, it's, you know, I'm not so sure, but yeah. 20 years old right now, okay, we don't have to worry about it too much, you know, but if you meet the right person, you meet the right person, you know? And I think that as long as both people in the marriage realize, you know, the thing is, you should realize this about relationships in general, is that it doesn't come for free. When you're a kid and you're both young and attractive, yeah, it's easy because you're both young and attractive, right? As you get older, relationships take work. It's like a classic car. If you put a bunch of time and effort into restoring a classic car and really work on it and like dote over it and put all the effort into, you know, making it the best it can be, people will be like, damn, that's a really nice car, I wish I had that car. Or damn, you've got a really good relationship, I wish I had that relationship. But if you give them the opportunity to put the work in, they don't, and that's why their relationships fail, right? So yeah, I'm not saying you should compare your partner to a car, but, you know, it's a similar kind of analogy that yeah, it takes work, you know, you're gonna have to put the work in. Tell my boyfriend that I may never be down for marriage either, that I'm moving in, and if we were in time we would need to live together at our respective homes for a while. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, moving in together is a big step, you know? There's a lot that goes into that. Oh, I think I need him to be... I think I need him to be in the hallway. Also, I don't want my fiancés to be affected or be uprooted before I'm ready. Yeah, particularly having lived on my own since I moved out of the house at 18. I'm anal about stuff. Like me time and only get... Yeah, this is kind of it, is that, you know, like living with someone, because I've had partners before, they haven't moved in with me, but like 5 days out of the week, they're here, staying here, sleeping here, showering here, eating here, going to work and coming back here, not going home. And whilst it's nice to have somebody around, it's also a one-bedroom flat, and it's kind of like, because there aren't enough different rooms for us to be doing that, you're kind of always around each other. And even if you really care about each other and you really love each other, just being underneath each other's feet all the fucking time, it's not ideal. It's not the best. And the thing is, right, I had probably about 4 or 5 friends that were in long-term relationships. I mean, like 7 to 10 years plus, right? Yeah, they were together. I was like, I can't wait for them. I can't wait for their wedding. They'll get married someday. They'll have kids, you know, whatever. The lockdowns ended all 4 of those relationships. They moved in together so they could be together and isolate together. Those relationships didn't last. 7 years. 2 of them, 7 years they've been together since they were like 12 years old. Right, they were little baby sweethearts, and they'd always been together. They grew up together, right, and they were like now in their 20s, right? Fucking relationship fell apart. And then another couple, they were like in their 30s, and they'd been together for like 10 years. They met when they were 21 and 20, and they were like 31 and 30. And yeah, that relationship folded as well, because they were just seeing too much of each other. And put into perspective something that I've always kind of felt, but I've never really felt comfortable saying out loud, is that when you're in a relationship with somebody, it is possible to spend too much time together. I think it changes from person to person, and finding somebody that wants to spend the same amount of time together as apart is a big part of the relationship working. And that can look like all kinds of things. Like, you know, I have a friend who's very career driven, and she only sees her boyfriend like once a week, if that. But she's always working on her business and her job at a business. So she's always on the telephone and meetings and stuff. So she's fucking super career driven, because as a woman, she wants to succeed and prove that it's possible. And she's really driven by that. And it's incredibly inspiring. And I know her boyfriend, a really nice guy, but he's like, yeah, she's always fucking working, dude. I see her like once a week, and that's, you know, and that's it. That's all she's got time for. And that's fine. You know, I have my own hobbies and my own things that I do, and that works, you know. When maybe we'll get married one day, maybe we won't. I don't know. Maybe she'll fucking become like a massive CEO of some company and I'll never see her again. I don't know. But, you know, they spend the right amount of time together, and the right amount of time is different from person to person. So, yeah. But moving in together for a few months just to see how it goes is, yeah, because that's doing that before you've made the sort of commitment to actually be a married couple that lives together and put all that pressure on it. It's a clever way to do it, for sure. Cars are kind of awesome. Yeah, I mean, good relationships are kind of awesome, right? For marriage, do a long holiday travel. See if you can see the mostly real partner. Yeah, see what your partner is like with slow internet. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, Dad bought for watching football, and he's over there in the corner with the fucking iPad. She's watching a sort of Disney or whatever. That 2 years now. It's really weird if just say boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, no, the thing is, Miyazaki, if you're happy, you know? Zyphonics, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread. I appreciate that, dude. Someone who has been engaged for 10 years was, yeah, exactly. If you want to be engaged, if you want to be, you know, just in a relationship, you know, find what works for you. It's your relationship. Nobody else can tell you, you know, I mean, obviously if they're underage, that's different. I'm not suggesting that you can, you know, do that. But if you've got two consenting adults, they're allowed to maintain the relationship that works for them. And I think a lot of relationships fall apart because they're trying to be a couple as society expects, rather than just being a couple. And that puts a strain on the relationship when one person feels it should look and feel and be something that it isn't. And they can't be happy with the connection they've got because it doesn't live up to their expectations. So they start trying to make the relationship into something that it's not. And that doesn't work. It just fucks the relationship up. So, yeah. Someone were to get married, do they have to live together? Well, this is it. Well, the thing is, do you know what? Right now, right, I guarantee you, if you asked probably like 100 couples who are married, who are in their late 40s and 50s, if they sleep in separate beds, you would be fucking surprised at how many married couples in their 50s sleep in separate beds. Or they own a bed that is so fucking massive and wide that they may as well sleep in their own bed, right? And some of them sleep in different rooms, because some of them, you'll have, the girl wants it at like fucking 24 degrees in the bedroom, right? Because they're freezing all the time. But the bloke wants it to be like 14 degrees because they're boiling hot all the time. And that just doesn't work, right? So yeah, you'd be surprised. $600 a month. Yeah. And obviously it helps to have two people paying for a household. Would not be able to make it in a city. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds okay if income makes up for it, for sure. I wouldn't think it would be a legal issue of living together after marriage and not. And sometimes I think as humans, we struggle to accept that sometimes people change over time or just want different things. That's the other thing. So when you meet each other and you fall in love, you've never met each other before. You've never had an impact or an effect on each other, right? Because you've met each other completely devoid of any interaction, right? But then if you spend a long time together, there's this kind of like erosion where you sort of rub together and erode yourselves down. And sometimes when you do that, you become somebody that isn't compatible anymore. And that is probably one of the hardest things. It's after like 4 years, 5 years you've been together, you've seen, 4 summers, 4 winters, after like 4 or 5 years in a relationship, when you realize, do you know what? She isn't going to grow up. She's going to continue to do what she does, and she's just going to be that way. And she's happy that way. And I can't expect her to change, but I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be doing the things that we're doing. I want to do other stuff that's not quite as, teenager, but in their late 20s, right? I want to do something else, I feel like we always have to do what she wants to do. and she hasn't changed. Or like in your 20s, what's difficult for some people to comprehend is in your 20s you're changing, like you're growing as a person, and you never stop growing, but you sort of you settle down in a few areas, right? So this is why when I've met friends that are in their 40s and 50s that are getting married after being in a relationship for 2 years, I'm like, damn, that's pretty quick. And they're like, well, you know, I've done every other kind of relationship. I've been in every other kind of relationship, and I know that out of all of them, this is the one that had legs. And I don't know why I didn't settle down with that person, but I didn't. But I've met another person just like that, and I know that it'll work, and I'm confident, so I'm going to go for it. And I'm like, cool. But they know that. But yeah, and I think that. Sorry, I'll play the video game, but I just didn't want to get behind on chat. Sorry. But people change over time. I don't want to separate living room instead of a separate bedroom. Nice room at, but I moved to the city, be dirt poor, nowhere, at $2,000 a month. I can afford it. $1,000, exactly. Maybe, but then I won't be able to update my car. A new one at $400 payments every month. Yeah, it's expensive to keep a car, unfortunately. Whenever it's too much, I pay $800 per month. $3,000 after tax-ish. Never understand why buy a new car. I always buy used. Yeah. I mean, I buy used cars, but when you buy used cars, you always have problems, right? Because you were changing something the other day, but it was icy and you couldn't change it. So yes, yeah, able to buy the newest car I've got 4 years. So I've got 2016, which is more so, which means newer car. I wouldn't buy a new one either. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, new cars, there's so many sensors in them that fucking cause problems that, yeah, I don't know. I like my 2004, my little 2004 Toyota Corolla. It's a tank. It's fun to drive. Everybody that drives it tells me how much fun it is to drive, and a few people have stopped me and said it's nice to see these about, because Honda Civics, super popular, but obviously got a bit of a reputation. But Toyota was like, yeah, we could fucking do that. The Toyota made a variable valve four-door sort of, you know, hatch, and released it to have some sort of presence in that corner of the market. And yeah, people see them, they're like, it's really nice. That's like, you know, it's like a Civic, but it's not, you know, beat to shit with 250,000 miles. You know, with a suspension kit that you have to spend twice as much getting removed as it costs to put on because they welded it in there. So yeah, I enjoy my little car, but it hasn't got too many sensors. It's on chains as well. It's not on cam belts, it's on chains. So they don't need changing. So all I've got to do is just maintain the engine. It'll last me for a while, hopefully. Anyway, we do have a Toyota Corolla famous for, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's from 2004 and it's barely had any problems. The battery goes flat every so often and the alarm goes off for no reason sometimes. But other than that, mechanically, I've had it serviced every 50,000 miles or something and it's fine. Anyway, we do have an ad break coming up, chat. Pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. $960 on the counter. Another $960 on the counter. I couldn't roll in time. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this island is definitely the way. This island is definitely the way. Orange charred ring. Nice. Okay, souls? Do I get any fucking souls for that? Yes, thank you. You know, for a second then. Come on, give me the fucking souls. GG's, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Apologies about the delay, I had to work it out. Oh, you fucking bellend.
No, God!
No fucking health. Nice ring. Okay. Oh. It's fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me. Whenever I go to a new stream and I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And it just gets completely overlooked. I'm like, I know it's kind of a generic greeting, but I don't know you, you know? What do you want me to say? If I say anything too specific, it's going to be called out as backseating or spoiling. So I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And if they say like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, I'm really enjoying this, I can say, yeah, I really enjoyed the gunplay and the movement as well, or I really enjoyed the story as well. Goated Quest, welcome in. How's it going? How are you enjoying the game? We got one. We got. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right. So, as you know, some streamers have merch, and sometimes that merch includes plushies, which are like big teddy bears, right? So I've created the Trash and One prototype plushie. It's very cuddly, but it's a trash man. And as you can see, it's branded. It's branded with Trashan's name. And it's a prototype Trashan body pillow. Exactly. So yes, Trashan One. I've designed this wonderful, body pillow Trashan One merch as a prototype for you. So yes, that can live over there now. Yes. So yes, I've been waiting to show you that for. Can we open this yet? No. So I've kind of just backtracked a shit ton. Probably didn't need to, because we got to. Oh no! Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Only car I'd pay serious money if I had the money would be a Porsche GT3 RS. Yeah, those things are fucking rapid. But the trouble is, these days, a nice car, it's not just the purchase of the car you've got to worry about. It's the maintenance, and yeah, like McLarens. There's only a handful of people in the country, well, there's only a handful of places in the country where you can have your McLaren serviced and maintain the warranty. And obviously the parts without warranty are fucking eye-wateringly expensive. So that's how they get you. You got to take it to McLaren, you get it serviced, and they can charge you what they want, basically. Yeah, I think they fixed it, chat. I think they fixed it. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, he can run. Yeah, okay. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the car. There's a handful of cars that I would probably pay, you know, if I had the money, I'd pay whatever they were asking. But But yeah, it's getting rarer these days because like, it's difficult to look after them. Why am I getting some weird? Okay. Reflecting, okay. I've got RT turned off, I think. Yeah, because I've got the majority of all the extra nonsense turned off. So, I think all we can do... Because I don't think they're going to let me have it, to be honest. Krizash, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, wow, he's so chunky. Birdie, welcome in. How's it going? Glad to see you enjoyed Bioshock Infinite. I really enjoyed 1. Infinite was good. I suppose I could take 1 ink ribbon out of the few that I have. I've only got 2, okay. That's because I haven't made any, that's why. One is still the best in my opinion. Yeah. I think, you know, one has the sort of really interesting narrative with that like absolute like roller coaster of a plot twist. You know, that complete jackknife of a plot twist, and the amount of subtext and referencing and foreshadowing that was done so well you didn't even see it, but when you know and you play through it again, you're like, oh my god, they literally keep saying things about this. They keep mentioning things that are definitely referencing, you know. And it's like, holy shit. And like, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know how I got here. I was on a plane and I had a little cigar box with something. But was that all just a plant, you know? And it makes you think and it makes you ask questions. And yeah, it's really, really interesting. 2 was like, okay, you get to play as Big Daddy. Cool, you know? But that was it. But then 3, I was like, okay, they're trying really hard to do the whole like narrative that keeps folding back on in on itself. And yeah, there's a few moments where you cross into a plane and you see yourself from earlier in the same narrative thread that you're on, but it's doubled back on itself. And you the lighthouses, when you go outside of the lighthouse and you see there's loads of different lighthouses that are all their own threads of the narrative playing out, and you see one of you earlier, and it's just like, yeah. And then you realize that what you saw at the beginning of the game from the other side is the sort of towards the end of the game. It's like, oh shit. But that's why the fingers go, oh, okay. And yeah, it was really interesting. 3. I really enjoyed it. Jake the Obscure, welcome in. Doing good. How about you? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Hope you're good, Krizash. Hope you're resting up, dude, because you had a busy week a couple of weeks ago. Excuse me. Gonna dip out because I'm going to meet some old workmates, but I may pop later. Take care. See you later, Pettis. Claren is famous for that. Yeah. 4 vintage American cars, 50s and 60s. Good choice. Back in the 50s and 60s, America could make a fucking car for sure. But yeah, Insanity's going okay. I'm not... I'm going to save, aren't I? I'm not doing it without unlimited ammo. I'm doing it with unlimited ammo because I'm more interested in just what changes. I'm more interested in what changes than what the difficulty is, to be honest. So I just want to play through, see how it works, see where the items are. Work weeks are still insane, so just spending my weekend chilling. I'm glad to hear it, dude. I hope you're making time for your RPG games and stuff. Because I know that you have to log in fairly regularly to do stuff and sort of, you know, stay relevant. Otherwise, the game gets upset with you. But I'm not sure if that's how the ones you play work. But yeah. Is he going to do it? Right, so once he fucking de-aggroes, I can go and grab the blood that's in there. Basically, one of 5 house in northern Sweden has an American car, especially cabriolet, from the 60s. Yeah, well, the thing is, like I say, but yeah, the Americans back in the 50s, the car designs were just so out of this world. I don't know what went wrong, but I would argue that even Audi and BMW have dropped off massively. Volvo, though, Volvo are absolutely fucking killing it right now. Most American cars from the USA, when they were just trashing them. Yeah, like, because you had like a handful of like the brands that are still around today. But yeah, they used to design cars that were like fucking spaceships, you know? I don't like it. Very beautiful electric. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Polestar must be an extension of Volvo because they look very similar. They were built to last. Well, yeah, they were built to be fast, so they could outrun. So the moonshiners could outrun the police, right? But as well, they built everything like fucking spaceships because the cars were like the future. So we haven't got into the pantry yet. Custodian's office. We need. Yeah, we can do that, can't we? Okay. I might save here just in case. Technical department who had a blank check for Volvo owns 16%. Okay. But yes, I must admit, the last few times I've been in a new Volvo, rented one, or been given a lift in one or whatever, I've always been very impressed. They're very comfortable. What is this? Rip knife, a knife coated in a chemical that has an anticoagulant agent, which allows more blood to be collected from an infected enemy. Oh shit! So when we kill them with this, we get more blood. Okay, that's interesting. What's this? 5 for some fucking handgun bullets. Okay, range. Nostalgia in its purest form, indeed. Yeah, well, there's like a part of South America, or no, is it somewhere else, where they had a bunch of American cars flown in, and the climate doesn't rust them, so they're still like okay. But they just keep maintaining these 1950s cars. So like you got loads of these like old Coupe de Villes and Cadillacs and stuff from like the 1950s and stuff because they're still maintaining them because they haven't got any other cars. Cuba because of communism, yeah. Chat. What, I shot 15 black? What is this? Watch it land on 27 red now. The gun's so fucking big it gets in the way when you're reloading. For fuck's sake. $29 black. You motherfucker. And no choice basically. So even made hand-built generator and stuff. Very cool. The ignition coil is from appliances. Yeah, they'll keep them going forever because, you know, they don't have a choice, right? Does it not work on Insanity? Oh, it does. Okay. So that wants 6, and we've got 4. That wants 5. So yeah, I'm gonna do this first, to be honest. Used to have a white Chevy Mini station wagon, called it Toasty because the rust set the body, the frame looked like a toasted marshmallow. Toast, I love it. I love it. Oh, you... Excuse me. Hope Cuba will become more free one day. Such a beautiful country. Yeah, well, there's loads of really beautiful parts of the world that are, you know, still dealing with the echoes of the Cold War and all sorts of other fucking nonsense. It's like, here we are with another fucking idiot in charge. Oh, so the spanner is just here. I thought they would have moved it, but okay. I need to Google the perfect drinking temperature for coffee, and then I need to find a hot plate that can establish that temperature, because I do have a hot plate, but it makes the coffee too hot. And when coffee's too hot, I think it fucks with the milk, and basically, yeah, ruins the taste of the coffee, which defeats the point of keeping it warm, basically. Between two lungs it was released, the breath that passed from you to me, flew between us as we slept. With this breath and I hold it tight, keep it in with all my might. Nope. Paris Simon. Okay. I think the decision makers definitely to blame, but we shouldn't also forget the companies. They're getting fed by chaos, and they usually have massive agreements with governments. They're getting fed by the chaos. Wars cause chaos, and then they get what they want. But yeah, destabilizing a country because it refuses to play ball with your geopolitical, agenda is a tale as old as the hills, right? Religious, endeavors and fucking crusades and shit, just because a country wasn't willing to part with its resources, for your made-up currency that was worthless to them, basically. England's done it, America's doing it, God knows who else is doing it, but yeah. It's countries, they use up the resources under their feet, and then they go looking for someone else's. I pray to God this breath will last as it pushes past my lips and I. Yeah, I can put that. But yes, another absolutely heartbreakingly poignant and beautiful song by Florence and the Machine about falling asleep facing somebody, how you breathe basically their breath in. And that's how close you are. Dollar is losing. China is doing very massive scale. Now Africa and South America are becoming a new world power. Well, this is the thing, is that whilst America has spent God knows how long and how much money waging war on everyone else, China was like, cool, we're just going to learn how to make everything that you need and invest incredible amounts of money in infrastructure so that basically everybody wants to be in industry in China and everybody wants to buy everything from China because we can make it better and cheaper than anyone else. They realized that going to war was too expensive, so they just decided to fucking become the supply to everybody's demand, and it's worked, basically. Monster were unable to stop one by one. Well, yeah, brought you the internet. The world's superpower is always switching in cycles. UK took it from the Dutch, for instance. Yeah, well, every empire rises and falls, right? When you look at the Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire, and every empire comes and goes. The British Empire has risen and it's now on the way down. And I had the good fortune or the misfortune to be born on the way down. But I can still queue up and complain about things like the weather. So there's that. Wasn't the cheapest entertainment other generations left me with. This is kind of the thing. The internet has had such a profound effect on the way human beings not only interact with each other, but the way they see the world. And I think that generation after generation are growing up so much more aware of the world around them and how things have worked throughout history. And rather than, having to sort of be a historian. Oh, shit. So this is now covered in blood. If I inspect this, will the letter be covered in blood? It is. Everything is done like dynamically. It's really, the object permanence is really, really good. I've been very impressed with that. Very impressed with how changes to objects are like live in the world. Oh, fucking hell. Stick that in there. That there. Right, so I'm just going to do a quick run through. Yeah, okay. So I've got the items marked on the map. But we can slowly but surely undermine all of the factors that make us trapped by capitalism. This is the issue: is that we operate in a society that is that. Oh, I didn't go that way, did I? Sorry. We operate in a society that is designed to sort of cage us into consumerism and trying to be more thrifty, trying to reuse and repair things and that sort of stuff. It's how you fight back, you know, because there wasn't, you know, it wasn't too long ago where kids were taught how to sew and how to bake bread and how to do all kinds of things in school. And we completely removed all of that because if you want a services... Shut the fuck up. If you want a services-based economy to thrive, you need a whole fucking generation of people that are dependent on services, right? So you need, for consumerism's sake, you need a generation that can't fix their own clothes and can't bake their own bread and grow their own vegetables and all sorts of other stuff, because why would you give people the means of production? Why would you allow them to basically become self-sufficient and opt out of the consumerist cycle of capitalism? So suddenly at school, kids weren't taught how to repair things and, you know, how to do all kinds of things that in actual fact end up saving you and the planet, you know, a lot. So yeah, if you want to know why the world is the way that it is, you need only look at the top 5 earning companies finance-wise and look at the way education works, because the way education works creates the young people that power the workforce and become the society of tomorrow. And if you hamstring their education and their expectations, you create an army of obedient little worker bees that don't think they're capable of anything beyond minimum wage work. So you create slave labor that is legal, basically. Not to get my tinfoil hat out, but you've got a lot of young men that leave school genuinely convinced that they are stupid, like thick as 2 planks, can't fucking do anything. And I felt that way. And they leave school and they find a job that will take them, that's back-breaking labor for minimum wage. By the time they're 40, like me, their knees, back, wrists, shoulders, everything's fucked. They need the NHS. And what's happened to the NHS? That's been fucking gutted and underfunded for fucking years. And they've, you know, the government's been pocketing the difference. So yeah, it's it's problematic to say the least. Yeah, I'll put that away. So we could go and use that. Too far away, is it? Totally fine without the internet if it wasn't the cheapest form of entertainment. But leave all medical inventions and just have capitalism. Internet is like a pen. It can be used for good and bad. Yeah, depends how you use it. And this is the thing, is that, you know, people are like, oh, the internet is bad. No, people are bad. They're just on the internet. This is the thing. It's like people say football hooligans are racists. Yeah, football's a racist sport. No, it's a working class sport that has lots of people in it. Racism is not a football problem. Racism is a society problem. Stop thinking that just because someone doesn't go to football means they can't be racist, because that's not the fucking case. There's a big overlap, don't get me wrong, but that's just because football is a working class sport. People of all sort of economic backgrounds watch football in various different leagues and price points. But the fact is, there's just as many racist people in the country club. Like, I would argue that if you go to like a country club where there's a golf course and a fucking spa and all that sort of, if you go to a fucking rich person's country club, I guarantee you there's like 90% racist. 90% of those people will be racist. But if you go to a football match, yeah, 40% of the people there might be racist. But it's a less, you know, but because the cameras are always pointed at the working class as a way to undermine their validity in society, even though they fucking do the work, hence the term working class. You know? Depending on the country. Yeah, I suppose you could have a country club, which is, yeah, I suppose, yeah. But yeah. I guarantee you, generationally, you've got a lot of elderly people that go to certain places that don't even let, you know, coloured people in. And, yeah, I imagine they don't, you know, they're not allowed to do that anymore. But, yeah, back in the 90s, they were like, oh, football hooligans, racist attacks, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, fuck you, man. If you took a journalist to a fucking country club and you fucking interviewed a bunch of people, you would hear some of the most egregiously racist shit you've ever heard in your life. All those old guys that are tucked away in some expensive retirement home, they're racist as fuck, you know? And I can prove it. Because you ask any maid of colour, any sort of, you know, waitress or maid or, you know, person who provides, you know, palliative care or whatever, you ask them what it's like. I've got to go through the dining room to the restroom to get to the filing room. So I need to go. I can just go straight across. But yeah, they said that they don't want to work. My friends that are people of color that work in care, they said that, you know, they won't ever take a job in an expensive care home because expensive old white people are the most racist. And the thing is, they're old and they can't physically, or, you know, they can't really physically do anything, but they say things about the maids that aren't true. They say things about the carers that aren't true because they don't want a black carer. And it's like, it's that kind of spineless, behind your back kind of racism that's really fucking egregious, you know? They say that, you know what, like, I'd rather somebody just said to my face, you know, I'd rather somebody was just racist to my face because then I could square them up and get a measure of them. But it's when you work somewhere and someone says you stole something when you actually didn't. They just lost it, right? And actually, if you search their room, you'll find it. It will be where it always is. But, you know, they think they as soon as something goes missing, oh, that black carer must have stolen it because they're from the fucking 50s, right? And they've lived in a care home for the last 20 years. They don't fucking mingle with anyone else other than the other white people in the care home. And they said that, yeah, I won't take a job there, you know, because like they say, it's not that those people will be like, call them the N-word, you know, when they're sort of, you know, changing their fucking bedpan or something. It's, you know, but they say stuff behind their backs. It's like, oh, it's that fucking weak, spineless kind of, like, they hate us, but they won't ever let on. They always find a way to indirectly try and attack us, and that's really conniving and underhanded. I was like, I'm so sorry people are like this. It's like, it's fine. They're going to die soon. I'm like, that's also true. And that's when they said to me, it's like, listen, you know, you're one of the good ones. You're trying to fight for equality between women and people of color and everything, but don't worry. The people that have these opinions, they will die out. As long as we get the youngsters and stop them being brainwashed, this racism will just basically, as a concept, will just die. It will just fade out. It will just slowly bleed out of society as those old people die. But those old people realize that, so they start radicalizing the youth. They start trying to weaponize the problems of society, and they spin them to make it seem as if people of color or immigrants in general are the issue, when it's not. You know, refugees didn't buy up all the houses and jack the rent price up. They didn't do that. You know, refugees didn't fucking profiteer through the supermarkets every time the oil price or the global, you know, geopolitical tensions escalate. You know, they didn't spike the price of bread and milk and, you know, all the stuff that people need to fucking eat. You know, they didn't spike the price of fucking energy. You know, that was our government starting war. Other governments around the world starting wars that they're fleeing from. They're fleeing from the war that is causing the price spikes because of oil prices going up. But yeah, stop fucking pointing the finger at refugees and immigrants. It's got nothing to do with them. They're just trying to find a safer life, and they've got every right to do so. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox in a minute. But yeah, the housing shortage, coupled with a couple of other things, it's got nothing to do. It's got naught to do with people of colour or refugees or immigrants or whatever. It's the way the government runs the country. It's always about the way the government runs the country. And all the while, there are people that are so wealthy they can buy the government. Things are never going to be better. I'm sorry, but all the while you've got people that have billions with a B in the bank. So we need just one more. Okay, cool. That can basically say to the government, this is what you're going to do. And if the government argues, they just elect somebody else. They just create another political party or buy out all of the fucking electorates in the opposing political party and then buy all the newspapers and then fucking force the agenda that, yeah, this government's fucked and that we need to change it. Get people that will play ball, and then suddenly those people stay in power for like 10 years. Anyway. Don't have billions in cash. No, not in cash, no. Nobody has anything in cash anymore. Like, you know, people barely use cash anymore. And if you had, I think once you've got more than like 150 grand in cash, it becomes like significantly difficult, because even in 50s, that's like, it's a significant lump of physical object that you need to be very careful with. So everything's digital these days. And therein lies the problem, because at the moment, I think physical cash is one of the only things kind of holding the boat steady, because once things are pretty much all digital, who knows what kind of scams people are going to come up with. Veldar, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Disagree on the refugee point of view to a degree. Well, yeah, I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think that people that are fleeing war deserve the kind of, you know, the bad press that they get, because they didn't start the war. They don't want to be part of a war, and neither do we. In World War II, we shipped off a bunch of women and children to go stay somewhere else because we were being bombed. So we sent a bunch of refugees to another part of the world to keep them safe. So the fact that people want to come here to flee war seems perfectly valid to me. But anyway, Mo, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread. Increase of refugee of increasing crimes because when people took, they didn't get taken care of. It's an example, but it's not all bad. Yeah, well, yeah, but never forget that the newspapers may only report on certain kinds of crime. You know, they'll say, oh, there's been an increase in crime and there's also an increase in refugees. But then there'll also be an increase in crime in an area that doesn't have any increase in refugees. You know, there'll be an increase in crime in general because the police were, you know, the police in general were defunded for some reason, right? The government will redirect funds from the police force and fire, you know, whatever, to something else. Crime will rise because police presence and response times grow and everything. Police presence shrinks and response time grows, which makes more opportunistic criminals more prevalent. But when people say that crime goes up when they won't directly correlate the two, but they mention the same two within the same paragraph and hope that you join the dots that actually aren't there. So yeah, you've got to be careful with this stuff because it's what they do. The newspapers, it's what they do. They take information and they present it in a way which aligns with their agenda. And time and time again, people have broken down what their tweets and everything else. You know, and you can see that they've, you know, when they want to paint somebody as a bad guy, they say this person killed somebody. When they want to try and say that it was, you know, when they want to try and lessen the severity of somebody's actions because it's, you know, they're aligned politically or whatever, they say there was an attack and some people, you know, that left so many people dead. So nobody was killed, but some people died. Whereas sometimes they say this group of people killed 500 people or 20 people or whatever. And the way that they word things, it makes it sound, less sort of aggressive. They paint people in a softer light, even though they've killed people. But yeah. Newspapers not lying for sensation, challenge impossible. Well, yeah, it's sensationalism. There's sensationalism, there's romanticism, where they talk about a time in British history that never existed, when, you know, they say back in the 1970s everything was, and it's like no, it wasn't. You know, there was all sorts of issues with society, but you can't scaremonger with issues that, you know, happened in the 70s. You scaremonger with issues that happened, you know, in today's world. The only time they reference the past is in a nostalgic way. And because they're referencing it in a nostalgic way, that resonates with people, right? Because people feel that way as well. So they're utilizing and weaponizing your nostalgia, you know, because people are like, oh, look how good things were in the 1940s and the 1950s. Yeah, if you were a straight white man, yeah, and things in the 1950s were fucking great. If you weren't, they were fucking terrible. You were a person of color and or a woman, the 1950s were fucking awful. And I'm a straight white man, but I can see beyond my own fucking experiences because I think that's the mature thing to do. It wasn't better in the 1950s. It's just a lot of people were oppressed and couldn't speak up for themselves. So the white men got what they wanted, and that's not fair. It's not right. You know, women weren't treated very well, and people of color were treated awfully. You know, and young kids were exposed to all kinds of fucking chemicals and toxins and other shit. Oh, the pantry key's in here. Okay, so we have to go in here. Okay. So yeah, you know, yeah, the cars and the food and the houses, everything was cheap and there wasn't any processed food, and yeah, great, but society was incredibly imbalanced, you know? And I don't think you can just, you know, romanticize the 1950s without acknowledging the fact that society was incredibly unequal for a lot of people back then. So yeah, I think it's a bit insensitive to romanticize an era in which a bunch of people weren't having a good time at all, and completely, it was completely justified that they felt that way because they were being mistreated. So we'll put that away. So the pantry we could go and have a look at. We could go and analyze that as well because now we've got the 2 card. Oh shit! Did we? Because does that overwrite the other one? Okay, hang on a sec. What are we talking about? I don't know. Talking about all kinds of stuff. There's shit ton about, yeah. I disagree on the refugee point. Some countries increase refugee, increase crime. I'm talking about. So just because the newspaper says it's not true, Sweden is the bomb capital of Europe, and in newspaper not lying for sensation impossible. They invaded England's streets to make propaganda about their religions at World War II. I'm not sure. I'm sure they invaded England. Who invaded England to make propaganda in World War II? Stabbing people more. Yeah, knife crime is a serious issue for sure. BBC is trustworthy and neutral. Sources probably BBC. Yeah, ChatGPT sources probably BBC. Sources, trust me, bro. Yeah. Also, rumours going, we didn't have this in my day. We just toughed it out. Like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Like, Gramsci, you're surviving the minority of a generation. You didn't have access to the wider view. Just ignore people that you lost because you barely knew that. Well, yeah, the thing is, you got like elderly people. Like, we didn't have all this autism stuff in our day. It's like, okay, then, Barbara, you've got a fucking like display case full of fine china plates that no one's allowed to eat off. And you've had your hair cut the exact same way by the exact same person at the exact same salon on the exact same day of every single month for the last 47 years. And you didn't have autism back in your day. It's like, shut up. You just didn't have a name for it. You just didn't call it that, And if I fled from a country with war and I got a free country with apartment and monthly spending for free, I'd be thankful. And not everyone in Sweden is... that's a lot of talks for them. Like, Sweden sucks. Sweden's a racist. You can't go fuck their mum. It's kind of shabby law. Of course, loud and heard easier than good ones, but I still think some cultures don't mix as well as some other cultures. Yeah, I think that culturally, I think accepting other people's cultures is one thing, but and I think that if somebody's culture becomes more appealing than the culture in which is established in that country, it's a very difficult situation because, like, if people think a culture is more interesting and more sort of, and it suits them better, then that's just cultural evolution, and that happens, and people are like, oh, English culture's under attack. It's like we traveled the world and imported all kinds of things, including culture. So a lot of the British culture that's been around for the last 100 years wasn't part of British culture before we started fucking, establishing the fucking British Empire, where we imported all kinds of things: music, food, fashion, all sorts of stuff. There's so many things about British culture that are multicultural, and London is a truly multicultural city. So yeah, and I think that being very precious about your culture and not allowing it to evolve is, it's a dangerous thing to do, because whilst I respect that once you're used to a culture and it's how the things work, you can rely on it, without the evolution of culture, things don't become better for everybody. They just become more polarized, I think. But yeah, bombing a country in Sweden, we didn't have mental problems like today's youth. You could afford to buy a home and support a family on one income. Some of us are living paycheck to paycheck with no improvement visible on the horizon. People got severely depressed in your days. They disappeared, and you never talked about it. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they committed suicide, and nobody ever spoke about it because nobody wanted to own up to the fact that actually they should have done something. But yeah, a woman and kids who brought to other countries, but they never find time to invade the streets to promote religion or culture, is what I'm saying. Okay. In World War II. Some countries have more violent culture against women than others, for instance. Yeah. And this is expecting to treat people... ultimately, we need to get to a stage where everybody just respects everybody. and people still use religion to defend their actions towards other people, and that's obviously, you know, you're weaponizing religion to say that you're allowed to be racist or sexist or whatever. It's a flimsy argument, because, you know, nobody should be, you know, derogatory or, you know, aggressive to other people. But unfortunately, we don't live in an era where we've learned that eventually this is all going to balance out. We're still in the tumultuous kind of like, you know, everything's clashing together and all these skirmishes that happen. But eventually everything will just, you know, but it will take hundreds of years. I mean, I won't be around to see it, unfortunately, but I can still argue for it in the present day. Museum is anything to go by. British culture is just theft. It's true. It's true. Every time we go to the British Museum, History Museum, it's sort of like, I'm going to go look at all the stolen artifacts, because they are. That's what they are. And I've tried to find it before, but I won't. Yeah, I won't be able to find it. But yeah, there's a museum somewhere in Italy, and there's like this display with these pillars and columns, and one of them's missing. And then in the British Museum is that column. It's, you know, it's the column that we stole like 150 years ago or something.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I tell you what, I reckon when Donald Trump finally gets fucking ousted from power, that's what's going to happen. So, was that 34? That was a while ago, wasn't it? Excuse me. Sweden is doing like they're refugees. They can do anything bad. Of course, people can flee. Refugees, not saying all are bad, but of course some slip through the some. Well, this is but like I say, like criminality. Like for a long time now, the media has had this subtly racist kind of agenda where they've been trying for the longest time to correlate criminality with people of color, and be that refugees, be that just people of color that have have ancestors in the nearby neighboring countries or whatever. But this kind of subtly kind of racist undertone of where they report on things that attempt to or subtly imply a correlation in criminality and people of, and ethnicity. And it's very old hat, and it takes on many forms. Like I say, there used to be all sorts of scientific research about things that said that people did this and did that, and because of the shape of the brain and because of the shape of their skull and nose and face, they were more likely to be criminals, and they had like chronology and stuff. And they've tried and tried and tried and tried, and basically, over the years, there have always been people that have been trying to imply that there's some physicality or some physical blueprint to what makes people criminals. And they've said that people that have unibrows are criminals, people that have prominent shelved eyebrows that sort of like shield their eyes and stuff are more predicated to be and it's fucking pseudoscientific nonsense. It always gets debunked, but they just continue to perpetuate these ideas, and people buy into them, and unfortunately, when people buy into them, that perpetuates the racism in society. But the fact is, human beings are capable of good and bad. Always have been, always will be. And until you start looking past people's exterior, appearance, and start observing people's actions and their personality traits, that's when you start to begin to understand that criminality is much more to do with psychology than it is to do with ethnicity. And then you start reading about how many people who are repeat offenders come from broken homes where they didn't have a male role model or a female role model. They didn't have that growing up, and that affected them in ways that we don't fully understand. However, there are papers published, and I wish I could remember the name of the scientists and the sociologists that did the studies, but they explain that people that have a rough upbringing, that have a bad family life, they don't develop the kind of empathy and compassion by copying people that care and have empathy for them that then makes them into well-balanced human beings, and it leaves them like morally devoid of empathy. And that means that they can commit crimes and atrocities against others without feeling bad about it in a way that would stop most people. And that's kind of the safety lock, that people are raised in a loving and caring environment. They begin to understand that if you make a mistake, you need to, change your behavior. But at the same time, you can't just bully somebody for their mistakes all the time and expect them to not. Because the thing is, if you punish a mistake too heavily, people don't stop making mistakes. They just learn how to hide them. And that's another whole avenue of psychology that resonated with me, is that when somebody really fucking dragged me over hot coals for making a mistake, I just avoided that person whenever something went wrong. I didn't feel comfortable speaking to them. And thankfully, my parents were incredibly forgiving. And they definitely made me realize I'd done something wrong, but they were also very understanding. And they explained the concept to me of making a mistake, but they did it in a way where they demonstrated that they loved me and they wanted better for me. They wanted me to do better. And that's made me who I am. Yeah. Stiff upper lip, sarcastic self-deprecating humour, Sunday roast beers and pubs, I guess, and Shakespeare. Yeah, there is some culture left. What about Indian curry? Well, this is it. Indian curry, Belgian beer, Japanese TVs, German cars. The British culture. Yeah, fucking what? Everything about your life is imported, mate. It's just, these fucking, we need to make Britain again. You were raised in a Britain that's multicultural, you fucking chumps. You just don't realise it. Driving around a German car, going to an Irish pub to drink a Belgian beer, travelling home and grabbing an Indian curry to sit on your Swedish furniture and watch a Japanese television, right? The whole regime is held accountable, even Musk. I hope that eventually it all fucking comes down around their heads. Watching American shows on a Japanese TV and being scared of anything foreign, certain kind of people do more than other people. Shouldn't put that matter either. But I hope it changes this go around. USA will have a civil war for sure, especially the US culture of hating each other and being so individual and hating the other states and cities. It's a culture that made to not trust each other. What's interesting, although kind of a bit worrying, is that whereas the Civil War in America was North versus South, now because of the polarization and the two-party state sort of political environment in America, I feel like there's a civil war going on the internet between the left and the right. So the North and the South had a fight, and now the left and the right are having a fight. And this continued polarization of you have to be very one way or the other, and the lack of indifference and middle ground that would provide the space for discussions to establish an equilibrium where yes, some people feel this way, some people feel this way, but they understand each other. But that can't happen because they're both at other ends of the room throwing insults at each other on the internet. And but anyway, let me analyze this stuff, and I'll play the video game and stop talking about socioeconomic issues and geopolitical tensions and very different ideas on ownership that don't mix well with others. I do believe certain cultures don't mix. Yeah, and I think, the thing is, eventually, something happened. Well, in the game, I eventually started playing the game again. Apologies for taking so long to get back to the game, but they can, but it's uncomfortable adjustment for. But this is it. What the fuck is this? Look at the state of this chat. So if I was to do that one. And that one, and then, ooh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Hmm. This is a good one. Yes, this is new. And this is new for Insanity. So the thing is, it's because they're all connected to all of them. So apparently it's doable in 3 steps, which is very interesting. Comfortable adjustment, at least for one of them, often near perpetual struggle. The trouble is, when you've got people that are going to fight to defend their culture, rather than understanding that cultures eventually dissolving into each other is probably just a natural part of time. But yeah, it's kind of like thinking that rather than absolving your culture and somebody else's culture, you could just kill the other culture. And that in and of itself has presented itself in lots of different ways throughout history, sometimes very extreme cases where eradicating entire races and cultures along with them has been the goal of some people, who I won't go into, of course. But yeah, I think that over time, human beings will eventually just mingle together, because we've removed the means, that we've removed the restrictions of movement that used to stop us mixing together. Planes, trains, automobiles, we can travel around a lot easier than we used to, and therefore we are, connected in ways that we weren't before. And over time, I presume that movement of people from other parts of the world to other parts of the world will eventually mix everything together, and there will be one final, eventually everything will mix together. And I don't know what that will look like, but I think at the moment, some people think that if they just kill everybody else that looks different, that will then, leave them the survivors. But I think without the entire human race mixing together, we're going to be missing lots of genetic data that would make us more resilient as a species. So I think that actually in the long run, there will be less wars, because there will be less people of different opinions, because people will become the same. And it'll be interesting because there won't be any cultural differences for people like me that really appreciate differences in culture to appreciate. Things will slowly all mix together. And I don't know what that will look like, because I can only theorize about it because it's thousands of years in the future. But yeah, anyway, we do have an ad break coming up, so I apologize I've waffled all the way until another ad break. But yes, I'll put you guys on the BRB screen and I'll be right back shortly. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'll be back in a minute or 2, or 3 rather. But yeah, hopefully we can sort of sort out some of these differences, because at the moment people die over them, and that's not okay. Anyway, got an ad break. I'll be right back. I'll do a quick check to see where the other Great Stars is. So that was done that. I think we only really want to do the quest just to speak to them. We'll leave that up there. We don't need that. So, where to find it? On the guarded carriage, towed by 2 trolls in Altus Plateau, which is, as you say, not miles away. Really isn't miles away, is it? So yeah, let's do that. It's a shame a bunch of people. Fucking hell.
Reloading.
Woo! There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse. It's so strange. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scottish Side, confronting memories in the past akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay.
Daddy Dennis says, are you my pinky toe? Because I want to bang you on every piece of furniture in the house. Hide.
I'm going to shit.
Game is platinumed. There it is, chat. Bubba, we got the platinum. We got the platinum, Bubba. Where's the trophies? Fuck yeah. Congratulations on the platinum. Nilo, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Hello, Bubba. Is it time for you to be the baby? Is it time for you to be the baby? How's that? So we need to go down. Yeah? No. Oh my lord. Have we got a puncture? Or is the cart just a bit broken? Oh, this area is fucking really broken with the LOD.
Oh, enough of me.
Can you see what's happening on my screen?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate that. Kate, thank you for the resub. Much love. 43 months. 43 months? The fuck? 40 months. That's fucking insane. Hey, Siri. What was the date 43 months ago? 2022. The fuck? It was a Sunday as well. Sunday the 14th of August. Welcome in, Kate. Lovely to see you. Hope you're well. GG's on the knack. GG's on the knack platinum. We are 48 of 49. 48 of 49. We have one achievement left, and that is Remarkable Agent, complete the story on Insanity. That's it. One more playthrough. We know where everything is. I've got unlimited ammo because I unlocked a bunch of cool shit from the special content shop. So yeah. All we got to do is play through the game one more time. And that's it, 100%. Problem is the EU is based on Benelux, which is a close cooperation between three countries that are fairly similar and in close geographic proximity. Stretching that across Europe is not and never will be a smooth run. No, well, this is the thing, is that as a country begins to do more well financially, they expand into other parts of the world and they want to then sort of superimpose their culture on top of other people's culture. And the friction, as you mentioned quite correctly, establishes from there, which is difficult. So apparently you can do this in 3 steps. The boy pussy what? So one of these won't follow the rules because the rule is that when you click on it, it also alters the ones one connection away. But this one, because of its shape, would therefore be impossible because that one and that one leaves that one. And that should finish it off. But instead, this happens. And then we get all kinds of fucked up. Broke the rules. But the EEA is better than EU forcing their members to do shit the population and countries don't want. So once again, you guys fucked up Belgians. Like Soviet Union. Quite a lot of Americans. I'm with you on the claim that the actions of my government are either next level stupid, evil, questionable, any combination thereof. Gat, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, and you know, it didn't take long for Starmer to basically go from like, oh my god, we finally got a Labour government to, fuck's sake, man. You had literally, you had like the most easy softball into being the Prime Minister. All you had to do was just make things better for the working class, but not fuck everything up. But no, immediately with the digital ID, and now that, you know, now it's surfaced that they were fully aware that somebody was in contact with Epstein, and they were still given a position. Despite that contact with Epstein compromising their, you know, morals as a fucking candidate for some job. So, yeah, it didn't last long, did it? Oh, why? I don't know if this is actually fucking possible, dudes. Because they're all connected to at least 3 points. So, therefore, any changes we make cascade to a factor of 2 other points. No, 3. Yeah, to a factor of 3. That's why. It's because they're interconnected too much. So we have a many-to-many relationship structure whereby alterations cascade 1 linkage. There's always that one left over. Activating all atoms, conversion 0, minimum steps 3. This is good. This is a good puzzle. Out of the chocolate, but Starmer is Labour, you guys Utopia. Well, no, we wanted come on, brain, use your memory, come on. We wanted Jeremy Corbyn, but Corbyn couldn't get the Labour government elected, and they stepped down. And then the Tories fucked everything up again for another few years. didn't fix any of the problems, and then handed it over to the Labour at some point. But yeah, unfortunately, not the Labour we wanted. But you know, rather than a step in the right direction, we're just looking in the right direction now. But yeah, the whole digital ID thing. Because it's like when the government was like, we're going to go to war against cannabis. It's like, well, there goes a bunch of our fucking tax, because you're not going to win that fight. Oh, hi, Bubba. No, to be honest, dudes, because this is so symmetrical and everything is so interconnected, I just don't know if it's actually possible. Baba. Because that, I mean, that's effectively it. So I don't know why it's being awkward about it, because if I was to change this and do House of Crumbs. Our chocolate is top grade. Told you it was going to fuck up. Polish don't know chocolate. You just start putting random people in government at this point. Have you been ransoming chosen? You have going to stream from Parliament. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the Prime Minister fucking live streaming? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe, or I'm going to put your TV licenses up. I'm going to put your council tax up, because nobody pays the TV license, apparently. And the BBC is going to fucking collapse. Years and years of misinforming the public. And it's going to collapse. What a surprise. Schizophrenic people that are blind with an IV drop of amphetamine and LSD. We named the House of Lords to the House of Crumbs. Could you imagine? Bubba, what are you doing? What's going on? Why do you keep walking past? I've just put your I put your dry food down before stream. You've just had some treats because I put the dishwasher on, and the treats make the same noise as the fucking dishwasher tablets. So I don't know what you're fucking doing, Bubba. You need to sit down and calm down, all right? There's no way this can be done in 3. This is the thing, is that there's several ways you can affect it to leave one behind, and in other puzzles, the last one you click just changes and doesn't change the others. But this one, it just doesn't seem to allow it. Because, yeah, that and that will do it. That and that will do it. And just leave that one. That and that will do it and leave that one. That and that will do it and leave that one. That and that will do it and leave that one. That and... So yeah, one of these doesn't behave the same way. Once you get all of them apart from one, you'll click on it and it'll just allow it. So I don't know if this puzzle is actually particularly fair because I don't. I'm sorry, I don't see that. Just called me and he said his sister got pregnant. I don't know how he blames me for that. Well, I mean, it depends if it was you or not. RE9 Insanity Blood Puzzle. Because all of the other ones I've managed to work out a sequence for. This one is the thumbnail for obvious reasons. Okay. I'm pretty certain I tried that already, but never mind. Yeah. Well, it looks like the local water infrastructure is going to be charging you more for your water bills because of mismanagement that I refuse to deal with. F's in chat. The housing crisis continues to worsen. Sucks to suck, I guess. Oh, shit. Oh, his fucking arm came off. Right, let's go open the pantry. No space, chat. At this point, I'll take a cool cat as leader. Yeah, I mean, like, just somebody who genuinely wants to make the country a better place and not just make themselves rich would be nice, you know? Even if it takes them a while, you know? Just maybe somebody that's, you know, concerned with, you know, making changes that don't systemically just fucking destroy the country and just inadvertently make them rich at the same time. Be nice, right? Yeah, we always seem to be on like low health, like, which I'm not too sure I'm happy about. So we got 2 empty injectors. Now, do we need the recipe to make steroids? No. Okay, so we'll have one of them. And oh shit, we need 130 blood. Oh, do we need 130 blood? Yeah, we do. Shit, okay, hang on. Hold on, I'll have that one and that one then, thanks. Shit, what did I make? Oh, I've made steroids. Menuing, come on. Just bred in a powdered wig holding his cat. By merch, if it wasn't French, goes against my religion. Swiss president does raves once a year, really? A way to stay relevant. I suggest dual pistol duels, more a gentlemanly way of running a government. House of Crumbs and upper bread is the crossoilment of the UK. Zurich Street Parade, biggest rave in the world, 1 million attendance. Fair enough. Fair enough. GG's. Cool. So we're going past the parlor, so I'll keep the coins on me. Is there anything else in here that we need to do anything? Might just take that, to be honest, as well. You can guess how much trash the day after. Yeah, this is the thing, is that whenever people put events on and then people just trash the place, I'm like, dudes, don't do that. They're like, oh, he's an old man now, he cares about the establishment. I'm like, no, I care about the fact that every time you trash the place after an event, they have an excuse to not put the money and effort into doing that event again. And that's why there's no events to go to. And that's why everything's fucking expensive, because of the way you guys act, they have to pay a whole crew of people to clean up the entire fucking area after there's been some sort of an event, and they just won't happen, you know? Don't get me wrong, if they start walking around like trying to hassle you when you're just enjoying yourself at a festival, yeah, tell them to get fucked, but don't leave a tent and shitloads of rubbish everywhere. Bubba, stop. No, you're not walking over me again, okay? I play with you after stream every day, so I will play with you after stream as usual. See, nothing is wrong, Bubba. I can see you've got dry food in your bowl, which is your favorite. You've got half a dish of water that I put down yesterday. That's still good for an hour or two. You are fine, Bubba. No need for these. Here he comes again. Bubba, stop. Bubba, stop it. Right, boys. You want to stand in a line for me? Oh, 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 oh. Fuck off. Oh, you... It's always another one in there. Always another one. Right, I might see if I can get all three of them to fucking stand in a line. 40 was that one there. Cool. Looks like World War II or something. I think it's 190 tons of trash they collect after every year, but they clean it spotless 24 to 48 hours, and that's the middle of town. Glastonbury Festival in the UK was so insane trash amount. Yeah. The drone footage of them flying overhead just puts it into perspective how festival tickets have got so expensive that only spoilt rich kids can go. And because only spoilt rich kids... Oh, shit, hang on. Oh, this is not the save that I want. No, this is way far back. Oh yeah, yeah. Fucking hell, excuse me. Yeah, that's more like it. Excuse me. Yeah, because only fucking posh, spoiled little rich kids can afford to go to festivals now. They buy a tent and they buy all sorts of stuff, camping chairs, the works, basically. They go to the festival and they just leave it all there. They don't take anything back with them. And it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, that's so pathetic. And yeah, they pay volunteers, well, maybe they don't pay them because they're volunteers. Well, maybe they have to pay people now, but there used to be volunteers that would go around collecting all the rubbish afterwards, but they probably have to pay for it now. But yeah, there's like lorries full of fucking debris to get rid of. And it's like, yeah, way to make festivals about fucking consumerism. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't get all three. I mean, I could try, but you know, it would just take fucking forever. Zurich Street Parade is even free event. I think you can thank the invention of higher ticket price. Well, yeah, and this is the thing: is it fucking? There's so many kids that are in like that are like well, so many kids that are like now in their 20s, but probably the last 4-5 years, maybe just before lockdowns and everything. I suppose that was 6 or 7 years, but yeah, for the longest time now, ticket prices, and it's the way ticket prices only cover your entry to the festival. You've got to pay a whole bunch of money to camp, along with a bunch of other bullshit. And then the food's fucking really expensive and not very healthy, and it becomes like such a fucking awful value proposition that people stop doing it. And then you've got artists that are like, yeah, the crowds at festivals are so small, it's not even really worth doing the festival anymore. I'm like, so now artists are pulling out of festivals because they're flying around the world to play to fucking, maybe 2,000 people, which is not the kind, because you get bands that would normally play to like, 1,000 people, but they go to a festival and it's 5,000, right? And that's a really big chance for them to get a bunch of exposure, and people at festivals will go and see a band, that they've never heard of before, just to see what they're like, right? And that kind of like, willingness to give the band a try is really important for smaller bands. They'll support a much bigger band, and there'll be a crowd full of people waiting to see a huge band that's signed to a label or something. And a smaller band will get a chance to play in front of like thousands of people rather than hundreds of people. And it's really helpful for them in their journey as musicians. But now, bigger artists are pulling out, ticket prices continue to go up, so ticket sales go down, crowds get smaller, and that all goes away. And it's like, capitalism slowly but surely killed festivals. It's like, fuck, it's so... Because festivals are fucking such an important part. Well, they're a really, really amazing thing for young people to do, is to go and be with a bunch of other young people in a field somewhere, bonding over music and, making memories they're going to have for the rest of their lives. Yeah, I think it's important that kids experience that. So we have got the... we've got the organs, so we could go and do that. So I don't know if we've got the safe code for the examination room safe. We've got the bar lounge. We've got the bar one. Okay. So we could go look at the bar safe, which is 20, 50, 30. So the bar lounge is upstairs. So I'll get a save down because we did a bunch of other stuff a second ago. So the bar safe will be on the other side of... yeah, there's some bits and pieces in the record room. So if we were to go this way and use these stairs, we could swing by the bar room, get that blood, analyze that and see what that makes. And we'll go from there. So, do we need anything from this area? No, we're just going upstairs. But yeah, I reckon that when you show up to a festival, you get given a plot where you can put your tent down, and somebody has to come along and confirm that your plot is empty before you're allowed to leave. And that way, people will pick up after themselves. So yeah, I reckon, you know, maybe 200 quid for a ticket, and you get a plot that you can park your car on, put your tent up, or you get a parking space and a tent space or a plot to put your tent up. And yeah, you're not allowed to fucking get your car back until your plot is clear. Once your plot's clear, an official gives you a token. That token allows you to leave the car park. And we go like that. I've got a bit of space. Because yeah, you got to make kids responsible. Because yeah, they will just fucking leave. Oh, we can make the Magnum ammo. Pretty good. Ray's right not to be like that. This, yeah. Well, this is the thing: is that society in which we live, both parents, both parents have to work full time just to make ends meet. So they're not left with the time to bond with their children, and because they don't bond with their children, raising their children becomes very difficult, and therefore the children don't get raised correctly. And people blame the parents, but a lot of the people in the comment section blaming parents for not raising their children correctly have never had children themselves, and if they did, they'd be able to afford for a fucking carer or something. So yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because yeah, these days, because of the cost of living crisis and housing crisis and every other fucking crisis this country's going through, both parents have to work full time just to be able to fucking afford somewhere to live and to be able to afford a kid. But the problem is, like I say, you don't bond with your children anymore, and that makes it very difficult to raise them, because nobody's going to raise your own kids as well as you're going to raise your kids. But if you're too busy working to afford to live somewhere where you can have a kid, you know. So yeah, people are paying other people to raise their children while they go to work, and they're working extra hours to make up the money to pay for somebody else to look after their kids. And I'm like, this world's gone fucking mental, dude. It's fucking crazy. I mean, some people raise their kids like they are fragile pieces of paper and never even saying no to them, giving them everything they want. Yeah, oh yeah, spoiled brats. Yes, it's true. You can work both full time and still teach them manners. Yes, it's difficult though. It is difficult when you've got the internet fucking brainwashing them from a very young age, and you only have like maybe an hour at the end of the day to raise them. It's, yeah, when you're working full time, it's rough. It is rough for parents. 20, 50, 30. No. I don't know why you're going. Ooh. You're fine. You're literally fine. Right, so we've got some more coins to put in the machine. We've got a simple lock there. Oh, there's an antique coin in the corner of the records room. So let's go grab that as well. And I think that's all the antique coins, I think. But yes, restrictions on devices. Children should not be on the internet up until the age of 18. You know what? If they actually manage to ban people under the age of 18 from the internet, and then suddenly the internet got a lot less toxic and a lot less annoying, that would be hilarious. They'd be like, right, make it 25. Come on. We've seen the effects. Ban people from the internet until they're 30. Let's have some peace and quiet. So when they're just babies, just to shut. Yeah, this is the trouble, is that parents are so fucking burnt out working really difficult jobs to earn a living that when their children are crying, it's just like, oh, the crux of just, you know, whacking on Blue's Clues or something. And the scary thing is, right, you've got kids that should be watching something that has that has people speaking to each other, right? But kids that are in their sort of, you know, they're 3, 4, 5, 6 that you have, and they're watching stuff that's like designed for toddlers. It's just noises. It's not words. It's just characters that are like, ooh, ooh, ooh. They're not actually making words, and so they don't really learn to speak properly until much later. So they get to school and they can't even really speak because they've just been watching like Moon, Star, Moon, Sun, Star, Moon. Moon, Sun, Star, Moon. Oh yeah, we have done that one. Okay, cool. If you give birth and you're supposed to take care of them, not rot their brains to mush. Yeah, this is it. Like, you know, you can't, you know, and I think there needs to be some sort of fucking legislation where like children's television needs to start being educational at a certain point. And like, you know, there should be like an age rating where like if your kid is like 3 years old, they shouldn't be watching stuff that's designed for toddlers, because it isn't, you know, they're not listening to the human voice. They're not listening to like human beings speaking to each other. They're not learning about morals and empathy and compassion, and, you know, they're not learning about how they need to think about things. They're just watching characters make noise on the screen, and it's like, I don't think they're learning very much about it. But the scary thing is, right, is that when you look at the color saturation, because that's what it is, it's color saturation. The noise, the sounds, and the color saturation are very specifically formulated to be very, very difficult to look away from. And yeah, it is kind of scary when like a kid is like throwing a fucking fit, and then the person just goes on TV, clicks down to whatever it is and puts it on, and the kid just immediately just goes, and they're just zoned out, and it's like, fuck this. It's literally brainwashing them. Like, you just see them completely glaze over, and you're like, and the baby's just like, just unable to look away from the screen. I'm like, that's not, they're not laughing. They're not like, they're just completely fucking like just locked in and glazed over. And I'm like, that's not that terrible. But I don't have kids. You know, it's not my place to say. I don't have kids, but yeah. Seeing that feels terrifying. You're basically using a device to just fucking reset your child's brain, because... But at the same time, you know, like... Again, I don't really like watching or listening to podcasts, but somebody was saying that their sister had a kid and they went to go see them, and they just put the baby to sleep. And they sat down and they said, we have to turn the volume right down, but do you want to watch that film that you spoke about the other day? I've been meaning to watch it, but I haven't had a chance. And they're like, yeah, we can watch it. It'd be great to watch it and chat to you about it. So we'll make some coffee or whatever. And they sit down, they put the film on, and then the toddler comes around the corner like, Mom, I don't want to, and she won't go to sleep. And I want to watch this. I want to watch this. It's like, well, no, we're watching. No, I want to watch this. And they start screaming, and the mother's just like, and she puts it on and sits there, and the friend is just sat there saying, I watched a tear roll down her face. And she was like, I have not done anything that I want to do in any capacity for 7 months. Every moment of every day, I am doing something for somebody else. I have not had literally a moment to myself to make a cup of coffee, to go to the toilet, to have a phone call, to have a shower, to put the washing on, to make some food. I have not been left alone for 6 months straight. And it's just like, yeah, when they're 2, they are fucking terrible. Like, terrible. Bunny, welcome in. How's it going? And she was just like, I'm just emotionally broken as a human being. And I was listening to this person talk about their friend, and I was like, yeah, that's raising kids. And this is the thing, is people are trying to do that whilst working 45, 50 hours a week in a job where they fucking... Technology and automation has made everything so fucking difficult and complicated to maximize profit for shareholder value that, yeah, we've just completely lost sight of any kind of balance in life. And yeah, it's fucked. You're right to be concerned. I have too many children. I can tell you the results may vary. Let them screen time as small kids, it varies. Let's delete a few apps and set limits. Yeah, good job. Raise a kid by yourself and still do it right. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you're able to do it because you put a Herculean effort in. But yeah. It's clearly a struggle. Clearly a struggle for people. And you don't want people struggling to raise kids because then people stop having kids, you know? Like, I look at my friends that are just, they haven't slept in 6 months. And like, they're like, oh yeah, I want to play that game, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. And they can't because, they're looking after their kid and working every waking second. And it's fucking rough. The first year or two is fucking rough. Right, so we haven't been to the restroom, and there might be a difference. Let me go to the restroom because there might be a difference. Love the digital babysitter, but we make sure there are real things to do. Kids in a ball and raising a kid is a ball in a park, though. Yeah, and I mean, depending on, because you do also find examples of like a single parent, and they're struggling to raise their kid, and you think, okay, everybody struggles to raise their, but then you see what their kid is like, and they're like, holy shit, why is this child like demonic? Like this child is, and they're like, I have no idea. I tried to do this, I tried to do this, I've tried to speak to them softly, I've tried to, I've tried to approach it like this, I've tried to do all kinds of things, but they are literally just the most aggressive and stubborn and awful child, and they just won't take their parents seriously. And sometimes they have to be parented by somebody else that isn't their parent, who they see differently. But even then, they get physically aggressive. Like I was talking to a friend who's a teacher, and she was like, I'm going to go into something else. And I was like, why? I was like, the other day, I tried to stop a child from using a tablet because we were doing something, right? And they needed to pay attention. And I put my hand on the tablet and they bit me. I was like, fuck. I was like, they bit me like a fucking animal. I'm done. Because you can't say or do it, because they're only like, 5 or 6. And they had this like big rubber sort of case around the tablet so it can't be broken. But they were like, yeah, I said, I'm just going to put this away so we can watch what's on the board. And he fucking bit my hand like a fucking rabid animal. And I was like, and she was like, yeah, after this contract's done, I'm not working in education unless it's 15 or over. Because yeah, I'm just not doing this. I'm not, because, they go through the curriculum and like they can't get through to these kids. Like these kids just don't engage or listen to anything that's coming from a human being in front of them. It has to be delivered on an iPad. Otherwise they won't fucking take it in because they're so used to learning everything from the iPad. And the difficult thing is, right, you've got rich families, right? And they monetize their children, right? I mean, people monetize their pets and children anyway, which is kind of grim. But you've got rich families that monetize their children by their children having their own YouTube channel where they unbox really fucking expensive toys. and then they label that as kids content. So what happens is my friend's kids on the iPad, even though I've told them they shouldn't do that, but it's not my kid, it's not my position to tell them what to do, right? But their kid is watching a video that's fine, but then the next video is some fucking rich kid in California opening up a fucking brand new iPad or a brand new fucking iPod or phone or whatever fucking consumerist, you know, item of, you know, note is currently doing the rounds and being marketed, right? And yeah, he's like, my kid sees this shit on the internet, even though I've tried to fucking adjust their settings so they don't see that kind of content. And then suddenly they're asking me for things that cost thousands of pounds. They're only 9, and they're asking me for shit that costs thousands of pounds. They don't want a bike. They don't want a fucking, you know, an air rifle or a fucking bow and arrow, or, you know, they don't want, like, you know, something to do, like, they want a fucking really expensive gadget that they have no need for. That there's no need for a 9-year-old to have this gadget. They don't need a camera. They don't need a laptop. You know, they don't need a phone. But yeah, they see a video of some kid opening it and, like, being super excited because, you know, they just got this brand new toy, right? And, like, yeah, whereas before all you had to do was worry about the Argos advert, now these kids are being fucking brainwashed into consumerism before they've even gone to fucking, before, you know, just after they've started school. It's like, yeah, it's fucked. We all hate the parents that never seem to put their children first. Yeah. Demonic by how they are raised usually, otherwise the parents are too nice, for instance. Yeah, this is it. The soft touch thing where, like, they never say no, they never discipline them. And you can see it in people's dogs as well. When people don't fucking train or socialize their dogs, and their dog is just an absolute fucking liability at all times. And it's cruel to the dog because the dog doesn't realize why it never gets to go anywhere or do anything. It has to just stay in the house because it can't be trusted, you know? You take it anywhere and it will cause fucking havoc. But then they just lock it up in a room with nothing because it will just destroy anything they leave in there. So they just leave it in there with nothing, which makes the dog even worse because it's got way too much energy because it hasn't done anything all day. So yeah, it's raising animals and things. It's raising kids is complicated as well, of course, but yeah. So there's a coin there. I don't really need that. We haven't done that. So I suppose we could do the organs because they're right over there, aren't they? So go grab the organ. They never say no. It happened to me once. I got stabbed by Lisa once. Didn't think about where I put my fork when I was going to feed her, and she took it and slammed it into my hand. Serious sleep deprivation, so thankfully she didn't hit herself instead. Yeah, this is it, is that, you know, like a couple of times, like there's a few videos where, like, you know, a kid won't, if you try and, you know, the gentle it was a trend. They said, you know, the gentle parenting myth. It's like when you ask nicely, children won't do anything. And, like, there's videos where, like, a toddler's doing something and they're like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. No, we don't do that. No, we don't do that. No, we don't do that. And then, I said no! And they shout at them and they instantly go, ugh, and stop doing it. I was like, oh man, that's like a fucking smoking gun right there. That's like, you have to raise your voice. And I was like, fuck. Maybe raising your voice is necessary. Raising your hand should never be necessary, but maybe raising your voice to scare them into fucking behaving is the way. But yeah, like, you can see them, their face suddenly, like, they're like, oh, okay, I have actually done something wrong. And it's like, it doesn't get through to them until you do that. But yeah, like, there's loads of videos where, like, I don't know if I could find one, but yeah. But one of the classics, I'm sure this has happened to you, Krill, when the kid is doing something and the parent is like, no, don't do that. And the kid just goes and screws their face up at the parent. I fucking love that. That shit fucking cracks me up. Like, you little turd. You fucking screw your face at me all the time. And they just screw their face up. Cool, so we can make a bunch of cool shit. But yeah, I kind of just want to fucking make steroids, and so oh yeah, so if we have enough blood, we can just, yeah. So I've got another empty injector, I think. I've got one empty injector because, yeah, I think I just want more power. Um, Spider-Man, Spokeman dude, how's it going? It's going pretty well, thank you. Yeah, we're having a nice chat about kids and how they're amazing, but also annoying. And yeah, the quirky, dumb shit that they do. Just this morning, Lisa did that because the applesauce was empty, and that was my fault. I told her to get a job if she can't wait 30 minutes for me to buy some more. I'm good, dude. But yeah, I think again, I don't know Lisa obviously, but I know them through you. But yeah, I think that they might be entering the era or the age where they develop a bit of a personality, and suddenly it gets a lot more fun to talk to them. Right, so we got a infected blood, and there's a coin there as well, isn't there? Yeah. So we could do that. There's some bullets there I could grab. I've got the 2 wristband already, so yeah, actually, I've already done the fucking organ. Fine. Ooh, I'm getting all over the place, chat. I'll grab that. Right, so Chunk is dead, which means I can go get the corrosive and do this puzzle at the very least. I'll do that quartz. But yeah, this room is supposed to be nasty even on casual, so God knows what it's going to be like on this difficulty. I'm good, dude. I'm glad to hear it. We'd like to hear. Happy weekend. So, all contents of the safe must be removed by 11 p.m. So the code is 503090. Any uncollected contents will be disposed of by management. Examination room. Okay. Randomly say geopolitical situation doesn't allow this. I'm like, the fact do you know that word and it has to do with it not getting ice cream? Yeah. Yeah, the way that they start connecting dots, my friends' kids, they connect dots and stuff, and they come to conclusions that are obviously wrong, but they don't know anything. So you know, it's adorable because yeah, they obviously just don't know. But yeah, kids do say the damnedest things. I'm not gonna lie.
This'll do.
Right, now, case following experiment with an overdose of Zepravol, the subject started to have auditory hallucinations and became aggressive and difficult to control. So, yes, the information about the loud noises, so yeah, we know that already. So, have the corrosive. Don't have any fucking onion rings. Sorry, ink ribbons. So yeah, I ordered a burger from somewhere the other day, and the burger was like £6.10. and the chips were like £6.75, and the chips were fucking mid. And it was a small portion as well, so it definitely wasn't worth it. But they said, "Do you want to add onion rings for £5.25?" And I was like, £5.25 for what I presume is 6 onion rings. The picture had a picture of 6 onion rings. Oh shit. Ah, okay. So I wonder if this changes. Okay, so that happens after you get the corrosive in this one.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Cool. So, we need the screenshot of this one. But first of all, we have an ad break coming up, so I apologise. I'll have to put you guys over on the BRB screen in a moment. Mum is gentle, and the dad's like, "No," and the kid's yeah, yeah. Where the mum is like, "Sweetie, don't do that, sweetie. No, honey, no, you're not supposed to do that. No." And then you hear from the next room, "Listen to your mother," and the kid just immediately stops doing it. Yeah. Worst thing is when you say you were born in the 19th. Yeah, that fucking like the fucking what's his name? The guy who like he has like a war flashback, and at the end of the film it shows him like aging. Matt Damon. It shows him aging. It's just that fucking gif. Almost 50 Stream Street. Really? Yeah. Because Pettis clocked in 40 earlier, and Kate renewed the sub for 40 months. For 43 months, sorry. So yeah, some of you guys have been around for a fucking long time, and I appreciate you guys so much. The platform makes you feel pretty shit sometimes, but you guys always always put a smile on my face. I always have a good time when I see you guys. But anyway, as I say, we do have an ad break. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'm going to quickly go and fucking rub my nose with a towel because there's something stuck to it that's making it itch, so I apologise. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on.
Fuck off! Fucking hell. Deg, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Fuck, Bambi. That was for you. Sorry, that was for Bambi. Fucking hell.
Young wanker of the winds, allow me to aid you in your quest. Buff me up, babes.
No, lock onto this one. Attack on Titan. Excuse me. It's so bad I almost died. Excuse me.
I'm in danger!
Old soldier. Go long, go deep, go unconventional.
Fucking hell, okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. £6 for a burger. Yeah, fast food has gone insane. It has. At least £9-11 for a burger hit. Welcome. Did my first student job 15 years ago. Oh, God. 1 to 2 years behind. 5 years older than I'm 32. We're the same age. There you go. So who are you calling a fossil? Because I'm born in November. So 4 months of difference. It's a big difference. What do you mean? Right, so this is the room with those pictures. So is that this one? Yeah. So it's Star Sun. Oh yeah, Star Sun. Cool. So that's that quartz. And then we got the one to do in the isolation ward, which is going to be fun on Insanity, I bet. Right, so got an antique coin there, which we could go and grab. Excuse me. I thought I grabbed it, but it's the one in the bucket, but there's one in this room as well because I killed the sound guy. Right, so on this side of the hotel, on this side of the care centre, there's some bullets there that we already know about, even though we haven't been in there, which is interesting. And then apparently in the back room there's some stairs. Is that one of the changes? Okay. And I think we got the examination room safe code, so we could go and do that because we're on this side of the oh yeah, no, we haven't got the space to pick the item up. So yeah, let's go and dump some stuff, and then we'll go over to the examination room. Not compared to the Magna Carta, the crafts, no. December 25th was over 3 months ago. Welcome back, everybody. It's March. But January, February, then 17 days. Yeah, it's March 14th. 2 months and 17 days. January, February, March. Yeah. So, I think the misalignment here is that Krill is working month to month. So December, January, February, March. But the amount of days, if you started on the first of 1 month, there were, yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, obviously, so December, if you count December as a month, then yeah, December, January, February, March, 4 months-ish. You've got a bit of December and a bit of March that kind of hang off either side with 2 months in the middle. But yeah, 79 days. So it's almost getting towards 3 months in time of days. But obviously we've crossed over because of the way the months line up and where we've crossed over. Because if it was 3 months, and then you take the 17 we've got here, the 25, I'm not sure. But yeah. So I will save there. Hang on. I don't want to get my own calendar up because that would obviously show you guys. But what I need is a calendar that I can go into, like, yeah, whatever. It's just, yeah, the amount of days from Christmas until today would, yeah. Two months and 17 days plus the 5 days after Christmas, right?
This must be it. I can't tell which button's which. Braille.
Oh, yes, this, yeah. Sorry, isolation ward is the security manager's office. Yeah, okay. Nocturne, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. How are we going? I'm not too bad, dude. Not too bad. How are you? You're all good, dude. 14 days into March. Xmas was 7 days before New Year's Day, so that's a total of 21 days. Yeah, so we're in the third month of 2026 by 14 days. Stop. No blister heads, please. So yeah, I think if you take the amount of days and the way we've crossed over from the end of December to the beginning of March, it's one of those instances where, like, yeah, you've crossed over one very, because we just obviously, if you take the range that we're looking at, we just caught the end of December, didn't we? So that can go away, that can go away, that can go away, that can go away, and that can go away, because we're going to need those. That should be a pretty good setup. So I can grab this. Go and grab Emily first.
What do you want me to read?
There's some buttons with braille on them. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun.
Sure.
Right, off we go. Unlimited ammo, and I'm well in love this game. Yeah, so we've done basically we've done basically all of the challenges, apart from Remarkable Agent. So yeah, I'm just eventually a second mass. Yeah, basically I've just got this one last challenge to 100% of the game, which I hope I can get through it today. I know where I'm going most of the way. Some things have moved around and changed, and some bosses are going to be a bit more difficult, but for the most part, I'm hoping unlimited ammo should not, avoid anything slowing us down too much. And then we can finish the game 100%. And then next week we can start by doing some demos, because I've got a bunch of demos I want to look at. They all become blister heads. Okay.
Here it is.
Cool. He won't actually see us. So that's fine. Correctamundo. Months vary in length, so I count back from now the start of the month. January 1st, which is the start of the month after any time spent, add a number, and it didn't take an explicit 7. So,
I did it!
I'm here.
count Christmas Eve now, yeah. This is the thing, is when it comes to weeks and months, it can it can get a little bit confusing, because you've got like weeks starting on Mondays, but the amount of weeks fit into a month changes. Yeah, it's a fucking stupid system, and we should arguably we should really try and unify it all and make it all make a bit more sense, but yeah, it's just not. I've got the RPG for Leon, for fuck's sake. It's just not, we had a system that was really perfect, but surprise, surprise, some insecure white men decided to change it to make it reference them, because like all the Latin names of the months don't line up, because we added July and August because of Julius and Augustus, because they wanted a month named after themselves. So the 990 TAC is absolutely disgusting when it's fully fucking set up. So I'm going to go with that. And then, because we can't upgrade anything else, so ammo capacity is the one thing, because Cool. Right, let me just flog this ammo because we don't need it. We don't need it taking up space. I'll keep the gunpowder because we can make grenades with it. Because, yeah, Leon's inventory is fucking memes. Who says Caesar was what? Well, I mean, based on the religious iconography, I would presume that. But maybe not. Maybe not. It's the lunar calendar that is 13 months and every month 28 days. I believe it's more correct. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think every month was supposed to have 30 days, and then they crammed in a few extras, so they dropped a few. But I can't remember exactly.
Hope I'm not next.
Got that one, huh?
Oh, I got fucking grabbed out of nowhere once again. Resident Evil Requiem and getting grabbed out of nowhere. I had enough time there. He was struggling to move, but because I turned my back, it just insta-grabs you. It's one of the most annoying features in the game, to be honest. To make the enemy seem more deadly, they fucking grab you from like 3 meters away. And yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. I do not agree. So is that? Yeah, the autosave, cool. It's like Town of Natives, yes, I suppose, yeah. I suppose.
Hope I'm not next.
Got that one, huh?
Leon, please stop cancelling the reload and just reload the fucking gun. Fuck's sake, bruv. The reload cancel is so fucking annoying. What the fuck is going on with my stuff? there. Oh, oh yeah, we didn't get attached there. That's fine.
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Some new voice lines for Leon would have been nice in Insanity, but you know, I suppose budget. But that'll do. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? The thing is, right, a lot of those kind of like, you know, men are just thinking about the Roman Empire all the time. Like, we're not. It's just girls think it's a fucking trend on the internet, so they latch onto it. Oh shit. Sutius describing Julius Caesar as having a clear and fair complexion. Well, this is the thing, is that when people cite religious texts and various other sort of, you know, texts that would have been written by the people that could afford to write, you have to think that it could be whitewashed, because we have been whitewashing history for, you know, for such a long time. And it turns out that people that were, you know, credited with doing something actually had people working for them of color, and those people actually oh, did I miss fucking handgun bullets back here? I did. Shit. Okay, I can't go back through here, can I? No, Liam was strong enough to do it one way but not the other. Never mind. Think about World War II more than the Roman Empire. I suppose it's evolving and changing over time, I suppose. But yeah, I saw lots of like tweets and posts from girls that were like, why do men think about the Roman Empire so much? I was like, it's just a meme. But yeah. Cool, basement safe code. Oh, we find the basement safe code is Leon, not Grace. Okay. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus, born 69 CE, died after 122 CE, was a Roman historian, biographer, and imperial office, best known for De Vita Caesarium. He lives The Lives of the 12 Caesars. His vivid anecdotal portraits of Roman emperors shaped later understandings of imperial Rome and influential biographical writing for centuries. Thank you for the fact. Interesting. Interest of history, basically. Marcus Aurelius text too. Sounds like you're just not dedicated to the Roman Empire, BC. Maybe you don't think about the Roman Empire. Only aligns with the British Empire. Well, nah, the trouble is, like, you know, I look at the British Empire and realise that, yeah, like, we showed up with fucking muskets and fucking, we showed up with muskets and cannons and shit to a bunch of indigenous people that had never even seen a firearm before, and just took over. And yeah, it wasn't pleasant, and, you know.
His office should be upstairs.
Yeah. I won't allow people to sort of gloss over the fact that England has a very checkered past when it comes to moral actions, or immoral actions, I should say. The morality of the British Empire is, yeah, quite questionable when you read the rest of the information from around the world. There do be some beef between the Romans and the Britons at the time. Think about Belgium Empire and Congo. Rome even made their capital Londinium. That they renamed it to London. Yeah, renamed it London. Yeah, this is it. And the thing is that there's a map showing that actually all roads do lead to Rome. There's like a star. There's like a series of like roads all going out from Rome, just in relatively straight. They can't be dead straight, obviously, because but yeah, in relatively straight lines. All roads do technically. The main roads that have been around for a long time, all of them do lead to Rome. So I think, at some point, in some ways, people would consider Rome the center of the world at certain times. Papa, stop. Cool. So, I know there's a tracking module in the conference room. There's also a warped chest in the pantry, which we can go and empty. They'll have a statue of that piece of shit king at the beach. Well, yeah, like, this is the thing. I remember somebody saying, like, oh, these people, they're destroying monuments, statues. And I was like, well, it's come to light that these statues of people, some of these people kept slaves, long beyond when it became sort of, illegal. And, they were part of the slave trade. So imagine you're a person of colour working in the UK and you pay your taxes, right? And then imagine learning that the government is paying off a debt to slave owners, because when slave owners were forced to free slaves, they were reimbursed financially. They were promised reimbursement, right? So the government is paying the descendants of slave owners their reimbursement with tax. So imagine you're working as a person of colour and your taxes are going towards paying the ancestors of the people that kept your ancestors as slaves. Yeah, I'd smash the fucking shit out of that statue. I would literally break it to pieces. Like, I would leave it in, like, to rubble. It would be indistinguishable. You wouldn't be able to put it back together. And people are like, oh, they're trying to erase history. I'm like, no, they're not. They're actually, they're actually acting upon information which has come to light from history. Information that was buried, but has since come to light. These people that we have fucking statues of don't really deserve to have statues, especially not when people of colour have to walk past them on their way to work every day. It's fucking abhorrent and disgusting. So yeah, if you're not going to take them down when they ask, expect them to get smashed. So let's nip over to here to get that tracker module, which is after the waiting room. And then upstairs, there's one as well. So we're going across the hall. $27,000. There's another 27,000 up here. That's only worth 8,000. Okay. Cool. So that's that. We never went into room 202. I don't suppose we needed to, did we? So that's that floor cleared out. There's some ammunition there that we can't get, unfortunately. So that's all cleared. And that was the attic, so we can't get that. So we're just going up the stairs on this side of the building after we've saved at the central hall. Cool. And yeah, I'm hoping I can get this shotgun way up there in terms of power, because
One thing after another.
oh, the animation lockout fucking burned me there, chat. Oh my god. It's so annoying, dudes. It's so infuriating how you get stuck and you need to turn round and fucking move and reload all at the same time. And the movement system just doesn't fucking like it. So yeah. There's a few more blister heads to deal with. I mean, I've got unlimited rocket launcher. Maybe I should be a bit more fucking liberal with that, to be honest, because it is starting to get a little bit silly. Right, so we've got to go through the kitchen, through the dining room. Okay. So please bear with, chat. I might pop back to the yeah, through the dining room. I might pop back to the chest at some point to just do something and then get an autosave out of it. Swedish King Carl XII was from day one a king to death, always on the battlefield, just butchering in Europe. Founded many cities and countries like Switzerland, but they called it Helvetica. Helvetica's a font as well. Font face. Typeface. I don't know what you call it. Deprived of Helvetii, the Celtic tribe that lived in the Swiss plateau and wiped out by the Roman conquest. You guys fully paid it in 2000. Yeah, in 2015. We abolished slavery in 18 something, and we didn't pay it off until 2015. Congolese migrants tore that statue down. I'd stand in support of that, yeah. I believe you guys didn't pay every year to now, but you guys took 40% of the treasury budget in debt to pay them, which is crazy enough. It was like 17 billion pounds in modern value. Yeah, it's fucked. No idea if I lived there, I'd be knocking on the administrative centre's door to and ask. 100 kilometers from where I live. Okay. So not far. 100 kilometers is reasonably far. It's in Belgium. Was it Ostend? Yeah, I'm not sure. As you guys know, my geographical knowledge of that part of the world is absolutely fucking diabolically bad. Just very, very bad. Over the water from England. Yeah, it's somewhere else. It's somewhere else. This is something else. Right, so I think we've cleared this side of the facility. I just want that tracker module in the conference room, and there's one there as well. because yeah, the classic carbine is good, but I don't know. I think maybe because you can't level up the power, maybe it's not quite as good as it's been. Maybe it's not as good as it's been sold to me as. Not as it's not as all it's cracked up to be. If that makes sense. It's crazy how many details this engine is capable of, but stuff like that, it's wild.
One thing after another.
Cool. Right, let's go cash everything in and then go up to Victor's office for a very fun fight. But I'm hoping I can max out this shotgun so I can just blow their fucking legs off, because this shotgun is disgusting when it's leveled up. Yeah, legendary tracking module's only worth 8,000. That's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, that's 20k. A reasonable amount. Do you know what Ostend means in Swedish? No. Something about cheese? Say Holland for Netherlands. I'm not sure. The thing is, people say they're from the Netherlands, they're from Denmark, they're from Sweden, they're from, Swiss. I have no idea. I just don't. So terrible with that. But it's 20 grand for the fucking armor. This is the thing. A lot of damage. Cool. Okay. Let's see how that does. I obviously have the fucking rocket launcher if I need. To be honest. Could just use the fucking... So, if we were to go... The custodian's office isn't that difficult to get to from the lower floor, so yeah, let's do that. I want to be called Holland, which to my surprise is being respected for the most part. They used to be on the east end of the island. Oh. So it was an island that's disappeared now. Holland is part of the Netherlands. Well, yeah, this is. I have no idea how it all lines up. I need to do a bit more research because I know people. I have known people from the Netherlands for a while. I just never learned how it's all laid out. But in Sweden, we don't basically recognise the Netherlands. So Holland may be shorter and more correct. Royal House. On this part, Brits taught those Americans geography. It used to be an island by the sea. It's been connected to the mainland. No idea when it was connected. Yeah, because this is it. When people are like, oh, they're on the other side of the ocean, a different countries. Like, well, it's just a bit of water, If you took the water away, you're connected by land, This is the thing. Oh my god. Oh, I'm not going to enjoy this bit of the game, chat. I'm really not going to enjoy this bit of the game. I'm really not going to enjoy this part of the game, chat. Excuse me. So that was, a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, I've got to fucking just abuse their fucking legs, basically. And I can get this guy to come alive. That's one. Oh my god, he's got the wrong fucking gun at Jesus Christ, dude. The fucking combat in this game can be so infuriating. He just won't do what I need him to do. I'm constantly trying to avoid these weird scenarios where they do something that you don't want. They're always doing some stupid animation that just fucking won't allow me to aim or shoot or move, or, one of the three out of the three I can't do. It's just so infuriating. The time you get to do that attack to fucking knock, it's not enough. It's not enough. I don't want the fucking pistol, Leon. You run in for it. And I swear the timing is designed to fucking mug you off. Fuck off. Oh my god. You know, watch out. I'm going to go and do something at the box just to create an autosave because, yeah, the game could literally just take the sword away from us in like a heartbeat. As soon as I pull that lever, the shit's going to hit the fucking fan. So, yeah, please excuse me. But, yeah, it's just, yeah, I have a horrible feeling that I'm going to go into that room, pull the lever, like 5 of those things are going to come out and kill us. And then we'll struggle to do that first bit again. So this will actually be quicker, I promise you. I just go back, cash in on some of the things that I've sold, make the shotgun even more powerful. Because yeah, if I can get them down with one shotgun shot, if I'm confident that I can be close to them and just shotgun them in the legs, and they'll go down, then it's fine because I can make them go down, do that, move, it's fine. But yeah, at the moment I'm not. I need like 3 or 4 shotgun shells to make them go down. They stagger, they go down, but they don't. So yeah, that's 30 grand for that one. 9 grand for that and 15 grand for that. So we can't upgrade anything, unfortunately. Oh, and I will use the scrap to make herb, I think. Because yes, I have a feeling we're going to need everything. Referendum people there chose to remain connected to the UK, I believe. Good Friday Agreement to stop the fighting. Yeah, and there's, I mean, Ireland has had like conflicts on and off for a while, and it's, yeah, it's a shame. But yeah, it's got 2 religious factions or ideologies kind of perpetuating this kind of friction between each other, and it just, yeah, it's unfortunately just, yeah. Because also with these sections, I kill the zombies that are gonna come to life. Means there's less of them to come alive, basically. Cool. So, I think that's all of them, because this guy will probably turn into a blister head. These ones on the table don't have heads, so I think the ones that don't have heads can't turn. So I think we'll be okay there. There's a guy over here. who I want to destroy the head of, so he can't turn. I hope. Don't think anyone else has a head left. I think I've destroyed everyone's heads. And there's this guy. Okay, I don't think he's going to come to life. That one, the head's already been destroyed. Cool. So, those are probably the two that are going to come to life, so I'm going to save there as well. Sorry for doing this, chat, but I promise you, if I just went full fucking yeet, not only would I get stressed out, but also it would just take longer. I guarantee you this next section, there's going to be 2 fucking blister heads, and it's going to be so awkward to deal with them, so a little sort of 1 minute backtrack just to create an autosave is going to make all the difference, because it means I can just try the difficult bits over and over again. So yeah, please apologise. Please accept my apology. I'm trying to make it as manageable as possible, because it is insanity. Just because we've got unlimited ammo doesn't mean I won't die in 2 hits, so, or maybe even 1 hit from a blister head. You know, you never know. So I've got 3,000. I've got 11,000. Okay, so can I get anything for the shotgun with that? I could get that, which would give us some more reload speed. Which would make the shotgun a bit more versatile. So I think reload speed's going to, yeah, we'll do that. Cool, and then we'll sell the ammunition because we've got unlimited ammo turned on. So we don't need it. We've got 5 grenades, some heals, and some reasonably good weapons. Haven't done anything with the hatchet yet. The snapper we're going to probably stop using as soon as we get the Requiem back. So we'll just use the shotgun and the clatter carbine for now. Cool. So that creates an auto save. So now we've got 9 shells, which means I can use 3 shells per blister head. So even if we get 3 blister heads, which it should mean I can down 3 of them, if not 2 of them. I miss a shot or 2. And once they're down, as long as I fucking take out their heads with the hatchet, that's the quickest way to get them out of commission. Trying to just bullet them to death is not going to work because they're so spongy on this difficulty. So, but yeah, we pull this lever. I have a horrible feeling that the 2 zombies that I've shot that won't come to life when I shoot them, they're going to turn into blister heads. I don't think you can. I don't think you can game the system that way.
Every single time. My cardio for the week.
Okay, yeah, that was 100% worth it because we didn't get hit once. We didn't get hit once, and we took everyone out. So yeah, that was clean as fuck. I'll take that. Oh, it's time for my medication on this outbreak. Don't let me forget, chat. I've got to take my meds. Because I haven't checked, but I feel like I slept reasonably okay last night, but usually how I feel and how much I slept. Oh, no, I did not. I did not. So I went to bed earlier, but I was disturbed just as many times, unfortunately. So I did get 7 hours aggregate, but I was woken up so often I didn't get enough deep sleep, which is just the story of my fucking life at the moment. But anyway, I've got the medication. I've just got to wait for it to start working. But yes, we have got an ad break coming up. Drugs. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys if you want to hang out, but please feel free to get up, move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Yes, I'll be back shortly. And then we'll move on to the next section of the game. I'm hoping, I feel like we're making okay progress. I have to be careful because I still get fucking 1 shot or 2 shot. So yeah, we have to be a bit more careful with saving the game after we defeat enemies and stuff. But I want to farm the enemies in Raccoon City a little bit so I can level up the shotgun and the Requiem and everything to be fucking powerful, because the last few bosses are going to be fucking grim. Yes, I'll be right back. Guess what? Oh my god, the iframes. The iframes, oh my god. Tell me something, right? The shower cubicle, right? Where you have a shower in your flat. Right now, you literally drench this thing in soap and water every single day, right? Your shower, you literally drench it in soap and water every day. So why the fuck does it need cleaning? Why the fuck do I have to get a different kind of soap and scrub the fucking shower down when I literally cover it in soap and water every day? But it's not the right kind of soap. I have to get a special little spray-on thing and a fucking little brush to fucking clean between the tiles and behind the taps and everything. And like, because I live in the south, the fucking water's really scaly, so I have to get descaler as well. It's such a scam. It's such a scam, dudes. Get fucked, dickhead.
Do you do that? I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died.
She literally just said,
Years
call her
before that,
Bonnie.
I rode in a gang.
Target has been neutralized. Ending quarantine.
I mean, why are we not picking up the giant kitchen knife? Look at this giant ass fucking kitchen knife that we could be using. Why the fuck? There's all this irrigation and stuff, all these fucking farmlands everywhere. Why have we not got a fucking scythe or a fucking a sickle or even a hoe? But I suppose that's realism, because I ain't got any hoes in real life either. Oh, that was a fucking stretch, breadcrumbs. Jesus Christ, excuse me. Am I going on the ladder? Or is he going to jump down off the ladder? Anyway. Come on. Come on. So now I can't get back up the ladder. Punch on the ladder. Right. Now. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. This is not going to go well. please. Oh my god. So we got fucking hell, dudes. Look at these gravestones. It's concept art. It's fucking concept art. Look at it. Got to stand at the center of mass. I suppose. Oh, we can control. We can steer it by moving around the. Fucking hell, man! This game. People, look at this game. Oh shit. Okay, we're still gliding. We're still gliding. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. You steer it by moving around. How fucking cool is that? You want the last hit, dude? You can take the last hit if you want. I'll distract him if you want. Get him! Get him! Go on, let's go! Let's fucking go, dude. GG. GG. Let's fucking go. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but... Problem is, you kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the Deadeye, I mean. And do you know what Do you know what I set up for you? Shiny my horse's arses. Got ray traced horse's arse. Oh. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Oh, so pretty and witty and dead. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scholar's Eye. Confronting memories and... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Wasn't even allowed to enter some buildings, not even after even in the USA, really. Mate, the scene where the mescaline kicks in and they're trying to walk towards the entrance to the casino. When they're trying to walk towards the entrance to the casino. It fucking, yeah, they're like... But yeah. Oh, this isn't the scene, I don't think. No, yeah, I can't remember the exact dialogue at the time, but yeah, they're like staggering, and I'm like, because mescaline fucks you up, dudes. Yeah, you shouldn't take it as a recreational drug. Yeah, you can't stop here. It's Backcountry's classic. Only Johnny Depp could play Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah, correctly. So it has the same acid drops there when everyone turns to lizards. Yeah. It is memes.
Why is this under the hospital?
Oh yeah, we don't save as Leon until later, do we? I remember. That'll make sense later on, chat. I'm hoping it means they can't come back. Now, you see, when their heads don't pop, even with a magnum, it makes me think, yeah, they're going to turn to blister heads later, aren't they? Whoa, 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 she's a lady. But yep, I suppose we could do a movie night and watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's been a while. Been a while. Been a while since I could hold my head up high.
No good.
Yeah, so I don't think we can scare her away with the magnum like we used to, unfortunately. I don't think she fucking cares anymore, chat.
can do this.
You scare her away with the RPG. Grace doesn't have the RPG. Although that would be even more funny than the fucking Requiem revolver. So can I go this way and I'll take that herb, excuse me. She can grab you from so I swear, there's some kind of bullshit, right? Where like she's so far behind you, and you turn and run, and she can just grab you. It's so annoying. But it's just a flesh wound. It's so annoying, dudes. Because yeah, it just makes the whole cat and mouse of it all completely fucking pointless. You can't fucking position or time or anything. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's so annoying. Excuse me. And these being unskippable as well, it's so fucking annoying. These sections with Grace, it's, yeah, it's really not great. So, I think it wants me to make a Molotov. And I'm not really sure I want to fucking go into that, but... But I, can't, I haven't got... I don't know how to make... Oh, I need to go into that room, don't I? You're going to force me, aren't you? You're going to force me to go into that fucking room. Excuse me. Called the 4 Star Wars dude. Nice burger orders. Yeah, it's like I say, I got a burger from a place the other day, and the burger was okay. It was a smash burger, so it was like layered, and it was it was all right. It was all right. It was a bit expensive, but it was all right. But yeah, the chips, the box was like maybe 3.5 by 3.5 inches, and it was like maybe 2 inches tall. So like basically a handful of chips for £6.25. A handful of chips. And yeah, they just put some like cheese sauce, not even proper cheese on it. And it had like just like really thinly sliced, like sort of sandwich bacon, the really thin kind of pointless stuff. I was like, yeah, that was fucking a massive rip-off. Still carrying a fucking lockpick, for fuck's sake. Please bear with me. There's so many little things that are just fucking brain dead. So when you light a fucking Molotov, you're then locked. You can't adjust your aim. It's so fucking infuriating, dudes. I'm so sorry. Because you do so much to try and get yourself set up to succeed, and then something mugs you off. It's so annoying. Because the thing is, I know that if I fucking throw a Molotov at her when she stood there, she'll block the fucking exit. So I waited for her to move. Then she fucking stepped out of the way of where, because I need to aim where she's going to be, but she won't go there because of the RNG of how the enemies move. It's so annoying, dudes. It's so unnecessarily annoying. It doesn't need to be this fucking tedious. But yeah, the whole hide and seek gameplay, but without anywhere to hide, it's just, yeah, I just don't fucking... What they did was they looked at a bunch of games where you play hide and seek with an enemy, and they're like, well, you just hide in a locker or hide under a table. Let's just not give them the locker or the table. That'll be different. And it completely fucking ruins that kind of gameplay, because you end up just doing fucking loops. You just run around in a fucking circle instead. You can't even trust the fucking enemy to move in the way you think they're going to move, so you can't fucking learn how to play it. But yeah, please excuse me. It's so annoying. I was right fucking there. All I had to do was just fucking hit her with a molly after she steps away from the fucking fence, and I would have fucking... Because like, what I'll do now, just to prove a point, I'll hit her with the molly, but she'll be standing in front of it because they don't want you to slip past. So if I molly her, but she probably won't even fucking... See, she's playing the animation. I get set on fire. You see that she's blocking it. See, she's blocking it. This is the... Oh, dudes. These grey sections are so unnecessarily tedious. Like, they could be really fun, like if you could genuinely hide from the monster. Or if you could rely, when you throw a glass bottle, if you could rely on her being like, what the fuck was that? And going over, but she just doesn't. So you throw it, it makes a noise, and she just fucking goes, and then just walks towards you instead. It's like, oh, fuck off, man. Yes, please bear with me, chat. I'm sorry. This is a very, very annoying section in the game. On this difficulty, the enemy is really, really aggressive. They take one fucking bite and they kill you. They can grab you from really far away, and the mechanics they've given me to make her not be right next to me or close enough to grab me don't fucking work. So, please bear with. If it gets too ridiculous, I'll just look up what the speedrunners do, because the reason I say things are broken is because the speedrun abuses so much. But unfortunately, the speedrun's on like version 1 of the game. So, but yeah, there's a few strats they use in the speedrun where you can just fucking look up and the zombies don't grab you and shit. There's genuinely some really broken stuff. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. I've had a bunch of fun playing it, but it's also been really fucking tedious in places that just kind of lets it down a little bit. Grace's sections could be genuinely a lot better, but they made a few decisions in there that just kind of make it just annoying. So yeah, I just wanted to see what, do you know what, and what I'm going to do now, because this might be the least stressful way of doing it. I'm just going to hide in the fucking I'm just going to hide in that little fenced off bit and see if it times out, because if she times out and fucks off, then we're fine. But yeah, as you can see, chat, basically nothing I do works on Insanity alone. Basically nothing works, you know, like shooting her in the face with a Magnum doesn't stagger her. The Molotov is really fucking jank to aim, and she always moves out of the way. And yeah, if I just rush, she just fucking blocks the, she just blocks it. So, please allow me a few moments to work this out, but yeah, sorry, it's just really fucking annoying, because it's not like, oh damn, that I had to figure out like a really clever way to mislead her and fucking hide here and then make a noise over here. And because I've done that in games before, where like you can genuinely start to have a bit of a game with the AI of the enemy. But yeah, sometimes you play a game, even a AAA game, and the monster AI is just really fucking annoying. Because that was the thing, when it came to like enemy AI, the Metal Gear Solid games, they just revolutionized the concept of how enemies think and behave, and it's a strange system where the enemies need to be predictable, but they need to be complex, right? If they have nuance and depth to their behavior, but they are still somewhat predictable, suddenly it becomes an understanding and a sort of movement and positioning puzzle, and it's loads of fun. When the enemies just randomly fucking notice you for no fucking reason, stealth just falls apart and you can't do it. If I Molotov her, she's right in front of me, so I can't get out. I'm hoping she fucks off after this. Capcom, why are you... Okay, so I think I can just fucking stand on the other side of the room because she's going to go to that corpse after the other one. So I think, therefore I think I can just stand over here. If I just, come on. If I just stand over here and wait for her to walk that way, I might be okay. But I also want to check, is there any space back here? There is. Oh, do you know what? I bet she blocks this fucking end. I bet she blocks this, but... Now, was that more interesting than using a bottle or a Molotov or something to sort of distract them or anything? Was that more interesting? Or was that really fucking boring as an outcome to solve that particular issue? Do you know what I mean? It's just, like, yeah, if you're going to do first-person horror, you need to do a good job. You know, PT set the bar pretty fucking high. So, yeah, this is the thing. And she'll spawn in that hallway on the way back as well. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. But yeah, it's just, just walking a particular route and waiting for her, because she put the body down immediately. As soon as I got to the flag, she put the body down immediately and started walking the other way. She didn't stand there eating the body for a few seconds. And it's also scripted. And if you can't rely on a good AI system that you can just put into a room or an area of rooms with the player and let them figure each other out, I don't know, dude, because Alien Isolation and PT, they've forever raised the bar with hide and seek pursuant horror style games. You need to fucking do a good job with the enemy and make the enemy AI very interesting to sort of toy with and experiment with, to understand, to the point where you think, okay, as I'm walking here, if she's in that hallway over there and I walk and I throw a glass bottle, it'll take her a few seconds to go in there. She'll investigate for a few seconds and then she'll go back to where she was. That means I've got this much time to go from here. And suddenly it's a puzzle. Suddenly it's a fun little game you play. But because they just fucking randomly spawn them for horror effect and they fucking behave in really weird ways, it just massively undermines... it massively undermines how good these sections can feel. fucking cheap cunts. Yeah. Do you know what? I read that Insanity wasn't as good as people make it out to be. Yeah. This AI doesn't fucking work on this difficulty. Now, this is the other thing that happens with fucking really wonky enemy AI. Watch this, right? I'm going to go and do the exact same thing I did last time, but it won't work. Watch. I'll do the exact same thing I did last time, but it won't fucking work. Yeah, it's not insanely difficult. It will make you insane with how annoying it is. But yeah, sorry, dudes. I apologise. As I showed earlier, I'm not sleeping very much at the moment, so my cortisol is through the fucking roof. I'm so fucking stressed out all the time. I don't want to be because I know it's bad for my health. But yeah, I just need things to not be fucking annoying, and this is just annoying. It's not difficult. There'll be a script that the speedrunners have worked out, and as soon as the script, you watch the script, like, wow, that's actually patronisingly easy. But it's just trial and error, and the trouble is, with trial and error, it just gets real tedious. It just gets real fucking tedious. Oh, I need to trigger it from this side, don't I? So that time she walked the other way and she was still eating the corpse by the time I got round here because she was delayed for some reason. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm getting at, chat, is that you just take your fucking life in your hands with these fucking enemy AIs that just don't make no fucking sense half the time. It's just because you can't learn it, you can't have fun with it, you can't like treat it like a puzzle. It's just, yeah, it just annoys me. Because when I do the exact same thing and they just randomly do something else, I'm like, well, what's the point in even trying to learn? You know, if you've made it trial and error and just kind of RNG whether I get through a section or not, then yeah, you're not really making this a game. You're just making this a dice roll that I have to do over and over and over again until I get the result that I want. And that's not really fun. See, look, there's the scheduling. Where to appear there. So we've got a save down. So what we need to do now is we've got the joint plug and the tool. The empty injector I definitely want from there. But we do that, that'll open up at some point. There's a whole section there in the furnace, but we could use this joint plug to go there. Because I've got the tool, I think I can open it and go around there without opening this one, which I've never done before. So I might do that. Because normally I open this one, and then when I go into the tunnel here, it just opens it because otherwise I would be stuck. So yeah, to avoid soft locks, it just lets you through. But yeah, Insanity's just made it more fucking RNG. And, oh yeah, annoyingly, what I've done is I've killed the zombie that normally knocks the gate down. So actually, maybe that was a bad move. Because that means we can get into this one without ever, like, needing to go through there. Even though we kind of do that anyway, but yeah. Mate, I haven't got the fucking patience. Shut the fuck up. Right, so we've got the basement safe code. Which is 70, 50, 20. Just some handgun bullets we don't even need. Makeshift knife we could probably do with at some point. The blood from this bozo. So we can get 2 joint plugs from here. So when I take this out, I think she's going to spawn. Which is why it allows me to craft a Molotov here. Oh, you fuck. I can make an injector. Have I got an empty injector? No, but I can make a hemolytic injector. Okay. But that'll make some space.
It's 2.
She didn't spawn there, but I think we are scheduled to see an enemy pop round here. Okay. Now, the trouble is, we've got a bit of a walk from here back to the save room, which I really need to do because I'm going to have to go from the save room down to here to put those 2 in there to go to do this bit, to get the forklift key to then go back to here. And then we got this fun conveyor belt game, which on Insanity is probably going to be ridiculous, but okay, so so I can put all this stuff away that I don't need. Gonna need those 2 and that tool to do the hatch in there. So I need to grab this to do a save because we've made reasonable progress. But yeah, this without infinite ink ribbons and without infinite ammo would be a fucking absolute meme. Like, I cannot even fathom what it would be like to try this mode without the crux of being able to fucking just save after every fucking thing, because yeah, the monster is so fucking unpredictable. Cool. So is infinite ammo a cheat? It's an unlockable. Blind Bat, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see. It's an unlockable, so I don't really consider it cheating. But I mean, based on the fact that the enemies take more than one magnum shot to die, and even with Leon with a leveled up shotgun, the blister heads are actually kind of fucking annoying to deal with. I think that unlimited ammo is kind of, you know, it's a consideration. Oh, she can fucking just completely ignore the limitation of the light burning her to get to the nearest fucking tunnel to leave. That's, yeah, okay. Not 100% sure I agree with that, but okay, because yeah, that was fucked. She just walked into the room. I was like, well, okay, if you shoot them from there, they've programmed it to have them fucking jump out and fucking get you. So yeah. Yeah, I won't make any more of those just yet. I will use this. I'll put that away. Keep those, and I will grab the... I'm going to save just there, because I don't know whether her jumping into that pipe means that I'm always going to get grabbed when I leave here. Yeah, okay, cool. I can still make it. Yeah, you don't actually fall down. I saw that. I heard the creak and I saw it the first time around. And I was like, yeah, I've played a video game before. This ain't my first rodeo. Can you break this before she comes? No. Oh, but the scrap's already there. Okay. Fair enough. It's not a cheat. I thought it was a cheat code or a mod. No. So for defeat, so because I beat the game without healing. Where are they? Because I completed the game without oh fuck it, where is it? I completed the game without using any healing items, and I completed the game without using the blood device on the same run. So I kind of did a bit of a more difficult run on casual than I needed to. But that completion challenge gives you points that you can use to unlock stuff, and unlimited ammo was one of the first things I unlocked, because it means that you can do some of the more difficult runs with unlimited ammo and just kind of focus on, you know, because ammo conservation is definitely a part of these games. And I mean, you know, I'd like to hear about, you know, people doing insanity without unlimited ammo, but to be honest, like as a streamer and as a 40-year-old man, I just don't need to brag about completing a game on the extra hard difficulty anymore. It just doesn't really interest me. After the Souls games, extra hard mode in games just doesn't really hit the same, because the Souls games don't have extra hard mode. They're just really fucking difficult to begin with, and they expect a lot of the player, and you end up learning a lot more about how to play a video game in the process of completing them, and that's kind of what I'm interested in. I like when a game is, you know, challenging but well balanced and has a good difficulty curve. But if you give me a video game that's supposed to scale for loads of different kinds of player, and then you just fucking basically you just change a few numerical values and say that's extra hard. It's just, yeah, it's a bit soulless, it's a bit synthetic, and I don't really buy into it, because some of the mainstream AAA games that I've played where the extra hard mode is just the enemies just do a stupid amount of damage and you take a stupid amount of damage, and they take a stupid amount of damage, and it's just the same fucking thing every time. You know, you used to get, you could get away with getting hit 5 or 6 times. It took 3 or 4 hits to kill an enemy, and that was it. But now, fuck off. Now there's twice as many enemies. They take 12 to 15 hits to kill. You die in 2 hits, and you're supposed to just, just play the game as normal, and you don't get any new mechanics. Or it's more difficult. Yes, you have made the game more difficult, but not in a way that I find compelling. Not in a way where I don't just find a way to cheese my way through without really engaging with it. So yeah, I'm not super into those kinds of so yeah, I need to make it back to the save room. Fuck off. Comes. Yeah, it's more difficult, but more difficult in the sense that, playing the game with the controller upside down will be more difficult. It's a challenge for people that want it. Thank you for the hydrate, Bunny. I appreciate that. Welcome in, by the way, Bunny. And Tomorrow, welcome in. And Pettis, welcome back. Good evening, how are you? I'm very well, very well. The game is being a little bit stressful, but it's supposed to. It's supposed to. It's a difficult. It's a different level of difficulty, so it's supposed to. So I think I'm going to miss that empty injector, which is annoying. But it be what it be. A wild tomorrow appears indeed. But yeah, I think that after all the various different games that I've played on extra hard to make them last longer, and just got to the point where I'm like, this doesn't feel fun. I'm just basically corner scamming every single enemy. I'm like, and then running away, and then running away, and then because they do so much damage, I'm like, I can get through the game, but I don't think it's made me a better gamer. I don't think it's made me better at video games in the process. Whereas the Souls games, now when I play a melee combat game, it feels like it's in slow motion. Like it feels like everything is so easily readable and broadcasted and so predictable, and I'm like, damn, like the Souls games really do make you better. You do get good by going through them. So yeah, not that I think that people that haven't played them can't be good at video games. I'm not going to be that guy, but they really do teach you that there's so much more to melee combat in video games than you've ever really considered, and that actually lots of studios started making games feel easy, or they made games easier so players felt more powerful, and they sort of made people addicted to the power fantasy. But when you make it more difficult and the player has to overcome those difficulties, the payoff, the feeling you get, the elation and the sense of achievement you get in defeating a difficult boss, I'd rather take that, to be honest. So yeah. Nat, welcome in. How's it going? Game that improved me skill the most in the action game is Ninja Gaiden. Yes, I've heard Ninja Gaiden is actually pretty techers, and I mean, I saw you playing Neo. Neo looks fairly complicated as well. Leno, you're not beating the game. Yeah, and the boss fights in the Ninja Gaiden games, they look like you had to be like pitch perfect for a really long time. Like the boss was just flying at you all the time. So yeah, going to Bunny's favourite place. Enjoy the visit, dude. But yes, welcome in, Nat. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Slight inflammation in my right toe. I've been given some medication for it, and I need to take it until Monday. And it's going very well now. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear the medication's helping. But yeah, my toe. My big toe was a bit swollen on the right hand side. Yeah. But I mean, a bunch of people I've known over the years, like one of the most talented artists I've ever come across when I was a kid. She just drew Ninja Gaiden anime. She drew like the character in various different poses, and she was so fucking good, like so good at art. But she was obviously obsessed with Ninja Gaiden. And I watched Vin the Win play Ninja Gaiden, and there were like sections where they had to do like a wall run up like a column and do like loads of weird like platforming and stuff. And yeah, there's a hell of a lot of tech that goes into the game. Do you think Souls games help you learn the most universally, like those skills apply in a vast range of games? Yes, I think that whereas lots of other games, the enemies wait for the player to engage, Souls games, the enemies just walk up to you and start fucking with you, and you have to be aware of your positioning, how much stamina you've got, the range of your weapon, the kind of attacks the enemy's doing, and it's very overwhelming at first, but then once you begin to grasp it and you begin to assess the fight as you're in the fight, you start to see this whole layer in combat, in melee combat in games. You start to see this whole layer of information that you just didn't think about before, because other studios wanted to streamline it and make you feel really powerful, which is great. I've got a bunch of friends that love the Devil May Cry games because they're complicated and difficult, but you have this massive power fantasy because you end up just absolutely eviscerating dozens of enemies at once. And Bayonetta is a very similar one, of course. But yeah, I think like Nat especially, and other people that I've met, they're looking for that kind of like really well-crafted difficulty that genuinely makes you have to sort of decipher how the game works a little bit. But yeah, once you've played a Souls game, you go to a normal game after that, and it's like, yeah, it just doesn't quite have the same spice to it, you know? Devil May Cry and Bayonetta are very satisfying when you get that combo. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, whereas the Souls games focus on the complexity of the gameplay flow being your next decision, like, you know, because you've got, you know, guard, evade, and attack, right? When you really want to sort of break down a Souls fight, you have three options. At any point in any fight, any point, you have three options. One of them is correct. One of them is like not great, but you're not going to die, and the other one is wrong, right? So if you just think I should have rolled there, or I could have attacked there, or I could have, you know, you think of it as like a three-pronged fork that then becomes another three-pronged fork, and you begin to realize that the enemies will take you off in a branch of their behavior tree based on what you do. And then you start to realize, shit, if I punish that, they then do something really awful. So if I don't punish that, let them get up, let them idle for a second, and then start fighting them again, then I can handle the fight. And before you know it, you're reverse engineering the behavior tree of the boss by testing it. And yeah, there's something incredibly compelling about that. And I'd love to do a first playthrough again if it was possible, but it just isn't, unfortunately. But yeah, got to the end, I think, of Bayonetta, and I realized I'm not quite good enough to fight God in it. Yeah, this is the other thing. It's like, go and fight God. It's like, really? Okay, you say so. Right. So, where is bitch tits? Over there. Oh, you're facing this way. Oh, go away. Right. They've just gone up into the pipe. So, we can now go to the furnace. Have we got a joint plug in our inventory? No. So we've only got 2 joint plugs at the moment, and one of them's in there. So actually, we've got to go over here to get one of these joint plugs. Okay. So pretty ridiculous scales to the big fights anyway, like the old God of War games, but absolutely bonkers in a couple of... Yeah, it definitely gives off the vibe that it's like Devil May Cry and God of War kind of had a baby. And obviously it's ostentatious as fuck, which is, yeah, great. Bayonetta's sassy as hell. But yeah, I like playing games that are difficult, that have been designed to be like, you know, challenging in interesting ways, where like somebody's thought about how a mechanic works and what this... Because when you've got mechanics and stuff in games, you have sliders, right? And if you're a good game designer, you build in what's called a slider. So you have like a value from 1 to 100 or 1 to 10 if you want to save a couple of, you know, digits of whatever code. And you play test it and realize, damn, do you know what? 7 is like a really good sort of power for that. And 4 is a really good amount of time for that. And you move all these sliders around, and then you create this kind of really carefully crafted challenge where if the player does everything really correct most of the time, they'll be in with a chance of finishing the fight. But if they make a few mistakes and they end up on the back foot and they're not careful, suddenly they won't have as much of an opportunity. And when you do that, you create this feeling where changing your actions actually has an effect. It makes the boss and the enemy in the fight feel different. Like some Souls fights, if you're just really aggressive, you win. Like there are some Souls fights, if you're just really aggressive, chances are you'll win. If you try and carefully wait for openings, they're just going to slap you from range because they're really good at closing distance or whatever. So yeah, when you have those sliders and there's a lot of them, you can fine tune things. Whereas like when you just make an enemy that always moves at a certain speed and always does a certain amount of things at a certain amount of time, and it just starts to feel very formulaic, and that's when it starts to feel quite shallow as a combat system. But anyway, we have got an ad break starting. Let's pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Anyway. He's a crab. Crab.
No!
Why are you crying?
This one's for you, Soph. This one's for you. And the Raiders. Masterpiece of a fight. Absolute masterpiece of a fight. So good. So good. Fucking hell, that fight is so good. Okay, we might need that later. So we might need to create one of these. Oh no. Oh, thank you. Panic averted.
Please don't hurt me.
I just realised I've got 64 lives. So that's Mario 64.
Yeah, we don't have I don't think we've got the recipe for it. Cat. You make a cat. How cursed does that look? Oh my god.
Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go.
There may be smaller points
Shush,
in
Baba.
between, but those are too far.
Why are you shouting at me? You want to say hello to the Raiders? Come here. Oh. Look at all these cute Raiders that came to say hello. They were doing PvP in Dark Souls 3. Very good Dark Souls game. It's the baby. The baby boy. So regal. Yes, he's very, very... he looks very professional and handsome, but he's actually a little goblin. Oh, wait. Excuse me with the tail. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get poised, bozo.
This was kind of you, mister. Please, take this as my way of thanking you. Appreciate it. What a lousy day.
Oh. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, I mean, Red Dead 2 is a good example of where a control system and movement has a particular kind of personality to it. But you can learn it. You can learn it and get used to it. And when you do, the game becomes infinitely more fun. Doesn't do shit, does it? Hang on. It's just really washed out. I don't think this is gonna work, chat. I don't think I've got enough time when she walks past. Do you know what? I need a lockpick, chat. I could do with a lockpick. Because this is all safe because I've got that over there. I've got the joint plug in. And I'm going to take my ribbons with me because there's a save point before that challenge on the conveyor belt, and I may as well use my unlimited one. Cool. So, because if we take that one to go around that way, yeah, it's not as... because I think we're going to have to go back there. Okay, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I wasn't sure whether I should do the forklift or the joint plug, and then I realized the joint plug will turn the lights on, the lights will scare her away, and then we could do this.
Oh my God. Oh God, I really don't want to go in there.
I didn't check to fucking unlock that fucking thing. Oh, I'm fucking stuck now. I didn't even unlock that fucking locker, chat. Fuck off. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, that's annoying. I forgot to fucking... Because, yeah, that was the entire reason I fucking went back. Change my game tag to Snow Tiger. I see, Snow Tiger. Because, yeah, they usually name Mac OS operating systems after mountains and stuff. But they did name them after big cats at some point.
God, I really don't want to go in there.
Oh, I've done it again. Fucking brain. This is the thing, chat. My brain just won't fucking work today. Because I wake up and I feel like, do you know what? I don't feel like a fucking corpse. I feel reasonably alive. And I think maybe I slept well last night, but no. This is the problem. Oh. Yeah, there isn't enough space. You gotta wait for a gap, otherwise they grab you. Right.
Stay calm, Grace.
Jode, welcome in. That was one sturdy zombie. Yeah, that's when their heads don't explode. I'm like, okay, this motherfucker's going to turn into a crimson head. A crimson head? A blister head. But yeah. Fucking voice. But yes, the zombies coming back in random sort of scenarios. It does make you think. Well, welcome in, Jay. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a good weekend so far.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa! Processing. Shit, no! No!
Still unemployed, so I tend to forget when it's the weekend, I see. Yeah, no, I was talking to a friend a while ago about how, like, I've been in this job for God knows how many years now. And I remember vaguely how, like, when I was looking for work, I just didn't know what day it was. It didn't matter. Friday, Monday, it didn't matter. Every day I woke up and I could just, you know, go out and hand in a bunch of CVs and, you know, maybe do an interview. And then just fucking spend the afternoon riding my bike or playing a video game or something. So yeah, I was just, you know, drifting through the world.
Processing is almost complete. Processing complete.
It stopped. Finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Now to free Emily and get out of this place.
Well, that was easier than I thought. To be fair, when I was working lately, I had very flexible hours, so it mostly mattered because of meetings that were on specific days. I see, yeah. One of my previous jobs was warehousing on a 4-on, 4-off rotation. My weekends could be midweek sometimes. Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that kind of is the play, because I know a handful of people that work in 9 to 5, Monday to Friday work like I do, and they're like, I can't do anything during the week. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. But when everything happens on the fucking weekend, when everything happens on the fucking weekend and you're working, and then you have like a Wednesday off when nobody's doing anything because they're all at work, it's like, man, okay, I kind of see. Just working in general is, yeah, just not the one. It's just not the one. But yeah, if, you know, AI and automation can, like, basically solve the need for us to work and we can all just live and just do whatever the fuck we want and have a universal income, then great, you know. But I hardly doubt that's what's going to happen. Nightly mail delivery was also interesting because that was a cycle of 6 days of work and 2 days off. But obviously at really crazy hours, right? Alex, welcome in. You are here indeed. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see. Shh. Right, save. Even though I'm reasonably safe there. Because yeah, I have a feeling she's going to be back in this room. Oh no, the lights are on. Oh yeah, when we take the plug, she fucking jumps down, doesn't she? Yeah. Yep. So I'll try going around the other way. Jody. What would breadcrumbs be if it was feminized as a name? Brenda Crumbs? Could be one variant. Brianna Crumbs. Yeah. So, do we have to Molotov her? Because that might be the game forcing us to use a Molotov. So the next thing I want to try is taking the plug out, triggering her to jump down, and then just hiding and seeing if she walks off at some point. Because that might also be viable. If not, she's getting a molly in the face. But we shall see, chat. Bredna Crumbs. Okay. That works. Trouble is, this room here also won't have any lights in it. Okay, so that's 2. We grab that one from there and then just go. We're good. So we might be out of this horrible section, chat. Till I watched you stream, I for some reason assumed you were a woman, so the name works in my... Oh, fair enough. Man jump scare, yeah. Like that wanker you just shot. Scrambling to catch up on JoJo. Currently watching Stone Ocean, I see. And crazy people who care about being awake during the day, sure. Yeah. For normal people who want to be alive when the daylight is out. Yeah. So, yeah, I think this section is just going to be the run, isn't it? We're just going to have to run. So, yeah, we've got a space for the joint plug. We go over here.
Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just pinning you down. Stay away! Come on! Go faster!
Wait, who's a woman? I'm not even sure anymore. Just wait, my implicit assumption was based on Crumbs' name when I saw him in chat for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, maybe I give off a feminine aura, I don't know. Maybe because I'm a nice person and I respect women and I listen to them and I support them and, you know, I don't treat them like shit. Maybe I came across as a woman instead of a man. But yeah. But honestly, a compliment. Honestly, a compliment.
What's going on?
Really genuinely a compliment. Cool.
Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
Okay.
Good. That's good.
Cool. Oh. Right. I don't think there's much else to do here. We've got 200 in the blood device, so there's nothing we can do there. We haven't got anything else to analyze. Ah, there's still a safe to look at. It's probably just coins, but let me go take a quick peek. But yeah, honestly, genuinely a compliment, you know? Oh, there was a safe in the basement as well. 70, 50, 20. Oh, yeah. No, we did it, didn't we? Did it. $50, $30, $90. Cool. It's just coins, but whatever. Just some coinage. Oh. Yeah, there's a fucking ton of TV series I need to apparently I need to watch, but like I say, TV shows that aren't just like a one season structured format, when there's like loads and loads of dead seasons in the middle, I struggle to get through it. I just find myself not wanting to watch the next episode, and I just never think, I never sit down and think, okay, and it happens so often, it's so annoying. But yeah, when somebody's like, this show has like 21 episodes, that's it, they've never done anything else, it's just these 21 episodes, I'm like, okay, cool. They made it as, you know...
We did it.
They made it structured to be that way.
Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... we need to keep moving, okay? Emily?
Okay.
Yes, because the items have moved around, I want to just do a quick loop at the courtyard. Just to be sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's where the... yeah, so we do go down there in the end. It's just locked at the moment. Okay. Drown yourself in something that wishing were. I can't remember the fucking words.
Hey!
Please, just let it be.
We've literally got to wait for the sand to drop through so we can see the number that's hiding on the roof of the hourglass. I mean, we don't need to do it this run, but I just wanted to do it again because it's kind of fun. So I'll make a start on Chainsaw Man. I think I need a new show. Yeah, you got Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, JoJo, whatever the hell it's called, and yeah. Everyone tells me to watch Bleach. Everyone tells me to watch One Piece. What else? Hunter x Hunter, Demon something. But the one that I've seen that I really like the art style for is Serial Experiments Lane. That one I want to watch. It looks really interesting. Didn't even pay attention to that. Pettis watched JoJo. It's not that long. Demon Slayer. Yeah, Demon Slayer I've been told to watch. So yeah, there's a bunch of them. But yeah, Serial Experiments Lane looks really interesting. Just for the art style. I mean, if the story's good as well, it's great. But yeah. I'll make a note of that one. Yeah, yeah. The art style looks cool as fuck. Can't really show any footage because YouTube will fucking delete the chunk. It's not just music now; it's like visuals as well. But yeah, there's a very sort of distinct, kind of detailed but simplistic kind of look to it. So yes, there's a bunch of them on the list that I will eventually get around to when I'm not busy playing a video game or building something for stream or just trying to fucking sleep. But yeah, it was fucking like 4 or 5 degrees this morning when I went out for a walk. I don't know what the fuck? It's supposed to be warming up, but it feels quite warm in here, so I might open up a window at some point and let some fresh air in. Because it's nice that it's getting warm enough to have the windows open and not instantly feel freezing. So it looks cool there too. 75 degrees in Kentucky. What is that in fish and chips units? Because that's freedom units, right? Hey Siri, what's 75 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
What the hell?
Do you know what? That's not that bad. I could live with that. 23. Doesn't usually get uncomfortable until 26, 27. I have to listen to that song now. That was one of the files we missed on our first run. You're gonna get Pragmata crumbs. I may do. I was gonna sort of ask you, like, obviously seeing as like you're a character that has like a baby girl as like a companion. I was like, it might be interesting for you to play, but then again, if something happens to the character, the little girl character, it's like, it's going to sting a lot. So it's like, I don't know. I wasn't sure whether I was going to ask you or suggest that to you. But I think there's a demo. I think there's a demo. Because we could have a look. We could have a look.
Casino, that's
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff, please evacuate. I repeat, all staff, please evacuate. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated.
Imagine if I put the helicopter key away. Could you imagine?
Unlocking disposal tanks. All personnel, dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
Okay. Dead. Update, no nicotine withdrawals. Really? Congrats. It's a positive sign. Fucking voice today, chat. Ah, yeah, Susie. Excuse me. Can you pause the game, please? Excuse me. Come on, boys. Pragmaster is pre-ordered. Yes, there is a demo, I think, which I need to have a look at.
All personnel, dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
I think so, mate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we could just run that second bit. That's fine. So yeah, we got grabbed and bitten on the leg, but I don't think it did any damage, so I'm going to take it. Excuse me. Right, I don't know if we're going to get more things falling down the stairs on this version. No, okay. Would have expected more than that, but never mind. Becca, it's 6 years clean. Glad to hear it, dude.
Why does this shit keep happening?
But yeah, I think after 3 or 4 days, I think you're kind of not in the clear. You might still have something set off your cravings, but for the most part.
Okay. I'm coming. Oh.
Drip Grizzly Wintergreen and said, nope, I'm not paying $6 on something that's going to kill you. Yeah.
What's she got to do with this?
This is it. Cigarettes are just fucking really expensive, and you buy them just to deliberately set them on fire and then fucking try and breathe in as much of the fumes as possible.
Sherry.
It's just, yeah. It's not the one for me, thanks. People can do what they want, but...
Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
Is she okay?
No. I've got it covered. Service.
Shit, I forgot. The chef spawns. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot the fucking chef. So I don't have the barrel. I don't know if I can shoot the barrel, if that'll do it, but yeah. Got to remember when the big guy spawns. I think it's after the two guys that come here and the two guys that come here, I think.
Must be time for the evening service.
Right, so I'm going to cash in on those kills because that wasn't perfect. No, you can't. It's so annoying. Oh. So we do have the fucking RPG though. So you killed Grace Crumbs well, yeah.
Excuse
I
me.
wasn't able. But yeah, they've obviously stepped it up a little bit for Insanity. The chef spawns and the enemies that are in the room with you fucking... Oh, fuck off. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no fucking warning whatsoever. Go away. Prick. Oh, you are such a fucking cunt of a game sometimes. Literally just burned a fucking heal to have full health for this fight. Do you know what? Because of that, you can get fucked. Because of that, you can just get fucked. I'm sorry, I'm not even going to pretend to fight the fucking enemy. I'm sorry, I'm just not. Fuck off, man. Fucking rando zombies jumping out of fucking nowhere to fucking hit you. Yeah. Game had no idea what to fucking do. Oh, I should have grabbed the... Oh, shit, I think it takes us out there. There's a couple of items there. Shit. Oh, another really annoying bit of Grace. So yeah, I don't even know what it's going to be like on fucking Insanity, but yeah. I guess we'll find out, chat. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to this section as Grace, where we got to fucking turn the lights on, because yeah, Creature's such a pain in the ass. It's just another trial and error thing. But thankfully, after this, that's it.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts.
They'll be dead.
I'm so sorry.
The withdrawals, yeah. Yeah. This is the thing I was explaining to someone the other day. Like, the reason, like, it really, really burns that I fucking feel like absolute shit at the moment is I went through the withdrawals for cocaine, cigarettes, whiskey, MDMA, and a couple of other things. Like with like a year or two in between each one. I slowly gave everything up and went through the withdrawals each time, only to end up feeling like absolute shit anyway. And I'm like, wow, it feels like such a fucking kick in the teeth to wake up feeling groggy and horrible and think to myself, like, what the fuck, man? Like, I gave up all the shit that was making me feel terrible. Why do I feel terrible? What gives? Right. Perfect timing. We have an ad break starting in just a moment, so I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips. I'm going to do a quick stretch, sort out my fucking rib cage and my lower back. But yes, please feel free to get up, move around, grab a drink or a snack, do a quick stretch yourselves. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, and I'll be right back. I think I worked out, I mean, on classic difficulty, I worked out there was a couple of things we could do. So yeah, I think as long as I use that ultraviolet light on the one that's stiff, and then the one where we have to go and grab the item, I think as long as I hide when she drops down, I might be okay. And then the other one, we just need to run to it and turn it on. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. We'll figure it out.
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
Because YouTube is literally, the backbone of YouTube is not getting to the point. That is basically it. But yes, Nick, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, but oh, I'm such a child. But yeah, hopefully he calms down in a sec. But yeah, ow, ow, please, please, ow, ah, that's the fucking inside of my thigh. Please.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Stop it.
Motherfucker. Fuck's sake. Okay, gonna have to time it a little bit better than that. Fuck's sake. Where are you? Can I summon? Oh, I can't summon you. You're not one of the ones I can summon. So where are you? Come on. Yes, come here. Come here. Oh, no, don't fucking... And then you get stuck on a rock and then you don't go up.
Stop it.
Fuck's sake. All I need to do is just push a button and... Fuck's sake.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifact. Something alien.
Right. Oh, no. Fuck's sake. Okay. That had to happen, didn't it? Yes, I do hope that... Are you done? Oh. Are you done? Are you done? Oh. How about now? Are you done? Again, those cheeks, goddamn. This is it, right? Snake is caked the fuck up. They shouldn't call him Solid Snake. They should call him Solid Cake, because he is thick as fuck. But yeah,
thought of a terrible French joke the other day. I thought of a really terrible French joke. Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
What's 70 in French?
70.
How about you 70 nuts? I'm going to go to hell for that one. Right. This one's for you, Soph. This one's for you. And the Raiders. Masterpiece of a fight. Absolute masterpiece of a fight. So good. So good. Fucking hell, that fight is so good. Fuck off. Okay.
Mucking around with the enemies in Elden Ring, eh? Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Tried snooze and almost went into shock. Oh dear. Set the snooze loose.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance. Why is it so stiff? Stevek. Two to go.
Right. So.
been successfully restored.
This should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
Oh, we got hit, but I'll fucking take it, to be honest. Yeah, it gives you a med injector, and anyways.
We're getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way. Come on, open. Finally.
No, you can just run. You can just run, and then you're gonna like hit a cutscene, and you'll be a bit closer to the door, and you can just run straight to the door to start that sequence. So it's a little bit quicker. Yeah. This I hated. Yeah, it wasn't fun. Yeah, she's getting melted either way, you know. Right. So we should have a fucking, frankly, disgusting amount of points to spend on making this shotgun just a meme, just fucking evaporating people's legs. So. Hopefully this section we can just take the foot off the gas, do a few loops, kill a few enemies.
Daddy Dennis says my dog is so pretentious that he only drinks eau de toilette.
Eau de toilette. But we also need to think about our, so body armor is going to be kind of important, I think. The hatchet is also going to need to be a little bit better, I think. I don't need to fucking worry about durability. Shit. Hang on. I don't have to worry about durability. It's infinite durability. Oh, does it save right before I touch the box? Okay. Oh. No, I think it's... did it save afterwards? Yeah, it did. Fucking did, didn't it? Killed Grace Crumbsy. This took the piss. You're using the classic 7. No, I'm using the DMR. It's quicker. Hit felt a bit cheap. Yeah, there are a few cheap hits here and there, and it's kind of annoying because this had the potential to be up there with full remake. But yeah, then there's a few things that kind of hold it back, unfortunately. It's still a really great game, and yeah, obviously, excuse me. I'm on the cusp of 100%ing it, so it's been a bunch of fun. The replayability's been good. The length of the game is a great length. But yeah, there's just a handful of bits that are just like a bit annoying. So that will make it more stable. Yeah, I think that's probably a good shout. This improves all three. That's worth it. I want to save some money just to double check the tack. 30, that's 20, and that's 15 to make it more stable. Not really too fussed about that. Hatchet, I want the hatchet to do some more damage, so I'll do that. Because, yeah, we are going to have to fight Hunk. I want to try and fight Hunk reasonably, you know, legit. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to just fucking RPG the cunt. I think they're going to be a bit ridiculous on this. But we will be farming for points to get the body armor and, yeah, try and get everything as leveled up as possible.
Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Oh, there's somebody here as well. Oh, hello. Because we've got the Requiem back now, haven't we? So... Welcome back, welcome back. Clenched in fear through this basement. Why don't you even have to shoot her? No, you don't have to shoot her, yeah. You can just fucking just go straight from one place to another and it'll just trigger it eventually. So yeah, it's a little time save. But not that I'm doing a run or anything, but yeah. Son of a bitch. Still use Requiem exclusively. Yeah, it is such a fucking wonderful weapon. I could do a whole playthrough just using it if it was possible. Because, yeah, part of me is like, you know, yeah, limitless bullet privilege and increased firepower on the last bullet in the cylinder. Yeah, let's put that on there. The veggies in it. Yeah, it's plant-based with veggies in it, I see. California Veggie Burgers. Just had a veggie burger from California. So it's made of weed. Infinite Ammo RPG was the easiest one I've ever done. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got the RPG. I've got Infinite Ammo for the RPG. Which is, yeah, straight up a meme. It is a complete meme. Sorry, we're closed. Can you hear it too? I don't know, chat. Can you? Can you hear it? Have you felt the rain on your skin? Because no one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. Spooder time. Restarted RE3R yesterday and paused like 1 hour 45. And people have completed this by now. How far in were you? Now my special brownies have weed in them. Shh, I see. And so as I think that's that 2 hour achievement feels like bullshit. Well, the thing is, like, I think with the movement being quite what it is, and also the fact that you can kind of dodge and everything, it does kind of lend itself to going quick.
Now what?
Fucking get parried, bozo. It's quid, yeah, a squid.
You're real fast, you know that. Guess I gotta squash it.
Ah.
Where are you? Haven't you had enough? I don't have time for pest control.
Ah, I thought I could fucking hit that barrel. I can. You know what? Yeah, do you know what? I might take that. I might take that. I'm sure you could script it to be better. I'll take that. I'll take that. Cool. Brother's got an S rank for under 1 hour 45. Damn, that's fucking S rank's fucking. Well, I mean, if you do it quick enough, the thing is, like, you don't have to have the most perfect run. If you just do it really fucking quick, you get a good rank. But yeah, S is still difficult. Unlock tools from the start, which saves having to waste time getting them in a run. I'd like £3 to unlock everything ahead of time. Yeah, £3's not bad. Francisco, welcome in. Nice to see you on the YouTube. Can unlock tools for another run, or I could just get Jill Star's uniform. The Star's uniform, dude. Oh man, that's an unlock I would probably be interested in. Because I think I did unlock it. Because we did play 3, didn't we? Because after the train crash, I took a swig of a smoothie and a full-blown fucking seed. Rom the vacuous spider is back. A full-blown fucking seed got stuck in my throat, and it fucking caused me to have a coughing fit. That was, yeah, not the one. 22,000 points. Yeah, I must have unlocked it because yeah, I remember I completed the game and I wanted to unlock a few things. But yeah, I've been watching recently Kimmy DNC, who does loads and loads of stuff in Resident Evil games, and they recently, in preparation for this, they went on this mad like marathon to like 100% all the Resi games, and obviously they used to do a lot of speed runs in Resident Evil 3. And they got just over 2 hours the other day in this, which is, yeah, not a bad time, but they're aiming for sub 2. But yeah, it made me think, you know what, there are some Resident Evil games I could go back to. I could 100%. But I need to run it by you guys and make sure you guys would be interested. Because this game, once we 100% it after this run, we won't touch it again for a while, I promise. Because we have played this for quite some time. I know you guys are probably interested in something new, but I don't know what I'm going to play next. I genuinely don't have anything lined up.
Whose camp is this?
Patch Gamma? Pragmata, you mean? Only in currency, not weight, though. Unlocked tools from the run. A whole bunch of runs and got pretty good at it. Yeah. New game coming out next month. Do you mean Pragmata, or holding off until Saros comes out at the end of April? Yeah, I haven't really checked what's on the horizon. Tempting chat. Thank you for the bonk. 30,000 for the shotgun to be maxed out. It is tempting, but the Requiem's getting left behind in it. Normal, so that's 14,000. That's 45,000. Because yeah, it would be, because that would upgrade a lot. So we could have 14,000 and 18,000 would be about 33. So yeah, I think that would probably, that's going to make it more powerful. That's going to make it more stable. That's 45 on its own, which is a lot. I could save up and get that. I think I'd rather do that and then that. Because also, we've got some ammunition to sell. Don't need. Little Nightmares 3. It's true. We could. Because I don't know if I own that on PlayStation or not. But that's quite a short one from what I can work out. So I'm not sure that would last too long. But we could. We definitely could. Right, can I make any grenades? Because grenades are the only thing I really need ammunition-wise.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
didn't want to take any damage, to be honest, but yeah. Always one in there. I was fucking looking for where the one with the machine gun was, for fuck's sake. Sarah just wonder why everything else gets benched until this is done. I feel fair enough. Fair enough. It's good to it's good to dedicate yourself to a game. I've done it with this. But yeah, what did I? So I've got a bunch of demos to look at. I got Dead Space 2 and 3 for like £3 each. A bunch of demos. We've got all the Batman games I got the other day. So they're on the list. Cyberpunk I haven't installed yet. I've done it. I feel like I want to do a 4K playthrough of Death Stranding just for YouTube. But then what else have we got? Control. We've got we got Control Resonant coming out sometime in the future. So if we can squeeze in a playthrough of Control, I'd be semi-interested in doing that. I mean, I've already completed it, but I could play it again. I also want a 100% Disco Elysium because we only have 9 out of 45 trophies. So there's so many more trophies to get in that game. So yeah. And that's had new content added to Gloomwood, and Gloomwood was loads of fun. Blue Shift and Opposing Force were both pretty fun. I've got all the Hitman games from like the last 10-15 years. Got the all 3 Max Payne games I got for quite cheap. I got Red Dead 2 for PC, which, you know, I'm kind of interested. I got Quake Live as well, which I want to try out, see what my frame rate can be. I've got the Resident Evil 1 remake and 0. I've got The Room 2, 3, and 4. Sleep Awake, I've got the demo for. 10 Bells I've got. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. A bunch of stuff to think about. Where's Resident Evil? Excuse me. But yeah, a bunch of stuff on there. I'm off now. Have a lovely evening tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out, dude. See you next time. Rest well.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
Because they won't be able to climb up on here, will they? Ah. Fuck me. The guy with the fucking machine gun that's doing it. I can take him out. I can just basically just jump up on that platform and let them all bunch underneath it and just grenade them all. Take them all out with one grenade, which is kind of the ideal way to do it. But where is this guy with the machine gun?
Where are all the bodies?
Where is this guy with the machine gun? This is the thing. Don't get stuck on things. This isn't the fucking 90s, for fuck's sake. Oh, honestly, dudes, the machine gun guys doing that much damage out of the blue like that is kind of a fucking meme.
Do something.
Fucking animation lock, dudes. Fuck's sake. Okay, well, we ain't finishing this game tonight. Yes, I did Pettis. Yes, so yeah, that's another thing we could do. I did get past that story and I did get past that chunk, that glitch in Stories Untold. So we've got 2 more stories after to look at.
Where are all the bodies?
No! Oh my god. You get a fucking clip of that. This game is such a fucking meme. He was shooting the ground there, and I shot him in the back and it didn't count. Fuck's sake, dudes. Oh, yeah, okay. Playing this on Monday as well, which is not what I had planned, but it be what it be, and it is what it is. This section does suck. Definitely does. So, we shoot this down. Shoot this down. Shoot this down. Try and get this guy to spawn. We kill him, and then we nip back to the box to cash in what we can. And, oh damn, yeah, turning the ray tracing off that shadow does not line up with that wheel, but you know, never mind. Because I want to create an auto-save with all that stuff done, so I don't have to do it every single time. So. Actually, also, I may as well. But yeah, the game is trying to tell me that I should have body armor. It's trying to tell me that I should have got body armor, but you know. Raccoon. Yeah, no, do you know what? I found almost all. I think I found like, I think there's 60 files, and I found like 54, 57 without looking, without needing a guide. There's just a couple of ones that are really fucking, really cheeky. Fuck off. Right, so there's one up there. There's another one over there. No! Right, I think that was everybody. I'm going to go and fucking do something at the box just to get a save down. But, oh, yeah, I might just save the fucking game, to be honest. Because, yeah, this is not... You have to, like I say, when you make the enemies too difficult, you just have to fucking corner camp. You just have to corner spam. You just have to corner scam them just by fucking, like, just hiding behind a corner all the time. And it takes the fun out of the game. It really does. So... Nothing to sell as of yet, but we got 20,000. The TAC needs 30. 20,000 would make it reload a bit quicker, and it would give us one more shot, which I think might be the fucking play, to be honest. That would make it really stable. The rifle, don't use the rifle a hell of a lot, so I'm kind of inclined. That's only 8,000 to get an extra 5 shots, which is, yeah, that's actually kind of worth it, to be honest. 8,000 to make it a bit more powerful. I think that might be worth it, but I won't do it just yet. The Requiem, we need 45 for that, so yeah, we need to save up for that, don't we? The TAC, can't do anything with that little, so that increases firepower at the cost of sway when aiming. Increase the fire, so we can't... marksman, yeah. We can't make this guy more powerful, so I want to add a charm that makes it more powerful instead. Snapper, I'm not bothered about. I'm not going to upgrade that at all, so that's fine. Cool. Gonna hop leaving my system on your channel to support you. Thank you, Bunny. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Hope you enjoy it as much as we did. This section also sucks. The biggest nightmare was the raccoon files. I had to start an entirely new playthrough for one raccoon, yeah. And cutting the tongue off the liquor was impossible. See, if you get the Mortal Edge, you can just parry them, and you just parry them once, and that was it. So I'm not too sure if the guy told you that, but yeah, just parrying with the Mortal Edge. When a liquor, if you just walk away from it backwards, it will start doing the lick, and you just parry it, and it cuts it off straight away. Me when I was one fucking collectible to get The Last of Us Platinum. Yeah, I mean, The Last of Us, that's 2 games that I didn't play on stream, but I have played, but they're really fucking good. I have my gripes with the ending of 2, but other than that, it was a fucking phenomenal game, and the first one was brilliant as well. But actually crying. I was hyping myself up like, fuck yeah, this would be a good platinum to have. Immediately put my clown makeup on. Never getting the plat for The Last of Us 2 because fuck that game. Yeah, don't you have to do a permadeath run or something? Isn't permadeath part of the achievement? Probably still my favourite. I use normal hatchet like an idiot. Well, no, not like an idiot. It should work with a normal hatchet as well, but I think maybe you have to level the hatchet up. And it doesn't communicate stuff sometimes, so you're not an idiot. Plus the Mortal Edge, it's not as good as a fully maxed out hatchet. Like the Leon's hatchet, once you max it out, like level 3, it's actually better. Separate from the main set of achievements. Okay, so yeah, okay. Because the thing is, that's the thing that would put me off. I wouldn't fucking... Oh, there's a bunch of fucking pickups to fucking get. The permadeath is what puts me off. Because, yeah, because the permadeath is grounded, so the enemies are fucking brutal. Cool. I'm really genuinely not happy that normal zombies are surviving a magnum shot. I am very upset at the fact that normal zombies are surviving a headshot from the fucking Requiem. That feels kind of bust, kind of broken.
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they should have.
Burned through Last of Us 2 in 2.5 days and was left emotionally depleted. Yeah, it's a fucking story. The fucking story, that one. Don't think it was leveled either. Permadeath on grounded is optional, I think. Okay, fair enough. I don't think I'll ever do permadeath. I might try regular grounded when I get it back, because that combat system is fun. Yeah, so I think that The Last of Us 1 and 2 are a perfect example of when a game is stealth until it's not, and then you have to go fucking all guns blazing. But if you're really careful, you can stealth a lot of the enemies. And when the game is like fun for people to run around and shoot everything, but also fun to sneak around, and if you sneak around, the fail state for being spotted is just having to shoot a few enemies. You create this kind of like this bandwidth for people that like, you know, stealth games as well as, you know, shooting games. It's a really clever kind of like, you fall back on just shooting everything. So the fail state for one gameplay mode becomes another, so you're still in the game, you don't have to reset and you don't lose time. It's a really genuinely nice way of balancing out having more than one kind of gameplay in your
Sherry,
in your game, more than one approach in your game.
2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
I know the BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver. Relays over there, huh? That should be a fun trip. Got the location for those parts. Going to collect them now.
Okay. I'll look into the BSAA in the meantime.
I was a stealthy menace as Ellie. Yeah, this is it. This is it. The stealth was genuinely really satisfying. But yeah, if it all goes wrong, you can just start shooting things. Also played a lot of a roguelike mode they added in PS5 Remaster. As the roguelike mode, okay. Using everything, setting traps, distracting and separating groups. Yeah, they did a really, really good job with that game. I think the story is absolutely fucking outstanding. The voice acting is absolutely outstanding. The characters are absolutely outstanding. The level design, environmental design, and environmental storytelling, and you know, all of that stuff's fucking unbelievably good as well. My only issue is that the ending just felt really kind of tacked on. I just don't really. I can't shake the feeling that the ending of 2 was designed to set up the beginning of 3, and I feel that as a result it compromised the ending of 2 to set up 3, and that kind of pisses me off. I don't know. I'm going to play Metal Gear Solid because I hate stealth. Yeah, I mean you don't have to go stealth, but it's definitely going to be a lot easier to just be patient and do stealth. But yeah, if it's true. But apparently, when you get Ellie's boss fight, her AI plays similar to how you did as her. Yeah, well, I think that, you know, the AI just uses Ellie's abilities and you use Ellie's abilities because, yeah. But I mean, maybe there's something in there about how if you, if you use traps or you use bottles or you use Molotovs or you use guns, maybe there's something in there. But yeah, big fan of Ellie. Should have killed Abby. Well, this is the interesting thing, is that I think it's an incredibly compelling story on the basis that it's very difficult to really justify either person's actions. However, Abby is retaliating to her father being killed. And I feel as if her father being killed by Joel and her killing Joel, that kind of does square it. Technically, that squares it. Joel killed somebody and somebody killed Joel because of that. That kind of squares it. But when you consider the fact that the narrative is trying to illustrate what it means to be consumed by vengeance and to have revenge be your only goal, and the way revenge kind of slowly but surely decays and erodes all of the good in your life if you allow it to mentally take over your consciousness. And I'd love to see somebody who is more literate than I and more well-read than I do a comparison between Ellie and Captain Ahab from Moby Dick, and to take the concept of revenge and vengeance driving somebody to madness and to see where the parallels exist, if there are any. But I mean, the writing crew at Naughty Dog they're not cheap. They wouldn't have just copied it, but still, I feel as if we were talking about Metal Gear Solid. There's a shit ton of references about revenge and vengeance to Moby Dick in Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. Pequod, Captain Ahab, and everything, you know. But yeah, you can see characters that are consumed by vengeance and stuff, and it's an interesting thing. So we could go for that, but we are going to get some more power with that. We just kill a few more enemies. That's only 15,000, so yeah, well, there's a few more enemies to kill coming up, so we'll do that. One of those people we'll discuss forever, because people still debate Joel's choices at the end of part 1. Well, yeah, this is it. Is that Joel made a choice that was, you know, arguably pretty selfish. He chose his own feelings over the world being saved, and I feel as if Joel as a character is kind of complex and interesting in the sense that the cold-hearted moral bankruptcy that allowed Joel to survive the initial stages of the pandemic, or the zombie outbreak, whatever you want to call it, is a fundamental pillar of his character, right? Is that he has that ability to pull the trigger and to put himself and his friends and family first and kill if he needs to kill. Now, that's not something that's required of a man in today's world unless there's a war going on. However, it is interesting to see it represented through a character like Joel. But as society begins to re-establish itself, that requirement, that need to go that far down the rabbit hole in moral bankruptcy and being able to do things that are pretty fucking horrible, it's not required as much, you know? You don't need to be able to kill somebody if there's no reason to kill them. But obviously the fact that he survived means that it perpetuates that character, that archetype of character, because he survived and somebody that was more compassionate didn't. Somebody else had the gun pointed at a zombie that they recognized, and they hesitated. They hesitated and they got killed, and now they're a zombie, whereas Joel didn't. So yeah, it's a really interesting kind of sort of character, and I think that, yeah, Naughty Dog did an incredible job, like you say, of creating characters that people are going to be discussing for years. But yeah, it's, you know, they've created these characters that are, you know, I can see why Ellie is doing what she's doing. I can see why Abby's doing what she's doing. I can see why Joel did what he did. I can really resonate and feel why they would behave like that, why they would make those choices. I can really understand that. It's an incredibly difficult situation to be in. And they made a choice, and that choice had repercussions. And the overarching principle is that, you know, the cycle of violence will eventually fucking kill us all. Somebody has to be the bigger person. And in The Last of Us 2, Abby eventually says, we're done. This is it. If you ever come near me again, you know, but that's it, we're done. And walks away. So Abby is the one to walk away. But then Ellie just can't fucking let it go. And yeah, when Abby has Dina at knife point, and Ellie's like, but she's pregnant. Yeah, so was the woman you killed. Never forget, you know? The woman you killed was pregnant. I mean, even if there was a vaccine, how are you mass producing it and making sure everyone has it? Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, the fact is, regardless of whether you've solved the issue of distribution, somebody's going to have to come up with a cure. Humanity as a whole has to band together to come up with a cure, right? That's a non-negotiable. And whilst that is a concern, I wouldn't say don't make a cure when you have the opportunity to make a cure, just because you haven't realised the distribution mechanism yet. Because there's every chance that as society continues to develop, people could re-establish radio communications, or heaven forbid the internet, because the infrastructure will still be there, and they could communicate their findings to say, if you find someone that's been bitten and they're immune, and you extract this part of their brainstem and synthesize the chemical that you find with the brain fluid that you find inside that brainstem, or however it works, you can create a cure. So the scientists that create the cure could then distribute the recipe or the method, and in doing so, the distribution method is not distribution of the actual medicine or the cure itself, the distribution of the idea and the proof that it works. That's the distribution of the idea, and that's the power of science, is that science that works here in the UK would work in North America and Canada and Russia and South America and Japan and Australia. Once somebody works out how it works, that idea can be shared with the world and through the scientific community, of course. And yeah, an idea that changes the world. Suddenly scientists all over the world are able to synthesize an antidote to something they couldn't before. So yes, I have heard the argument that there was no point there's no point sacrificing Ellie to make a cure because it wasn't going to go anywhere, but I think that's kind of coping. I think creating a cure and proving that a cure does exist, and then finding a way to distribute that cure, i.e. not synthesizing enough to solve the entire to solve the world crisis, but the idea and the logic and the science behind it being solved would then create another step towards fixing the world, and that's what humanity needs to do. But yeah, Ellie could have died for nothing, but I think Ellie's regret and remorse that she had a chance to do something that could have saved the world, I think anybody would take that bet. I would, because to be honest, in a zombie apocalypse, what's the point of staying alive if you're just going to end up getting eaten by a zombie at some point? Eventually they'll overrun everywhere. So yeah. Anyway, the outbreak is just starting. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB. It's going to be right back. This guy's still there.
Oh my god.
What? Gun Harry's dudes.
He's still alive!
Gun Harry's dudes. Are you pointing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, gun parries when they jump at you. Oh my god.
Satisfying.
Oh, this game is too good. It's too good. It's illegal. Oh my god, you're tanky. Oh my god, you're tanky. I don't like it. You're tanky and I don't like it. Oh my god. Shiny my horse's arse is. Got ray traced horse's arse. Oh wow. Oh fucking hell. We got folded like a fucking omelette. Fuck. That fucking folds. Oh, my lower back hurts just thinking about it. Fuck. Okay, maybe we will take the grenade launcher with us. Maybe we'll actually we'll equip the shotgun. Let's see what the shotgun does. But yeah, the guy, the soldier guy that throws grenades that don't hurt anybody apart from me. Excuse me. Yeah. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but. Problem is, he's kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the dead eye, I mean. That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. Look at the head just rolling down the fucking ramp. You should put the cat cam so it's like you're wearing him as a hat. Move him out of there. Fuck him. But now we need to change the redeem to be hat cam. Oh, he's got Ciri's sword.
Is it done?
Yes.
It's her.
Did he believe you?
I have no idea.
Used to have the ticker bar so high, dudes. It's right at the bottom now. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. No guarantee it would work. So Eddie could have died for nothing. Also, Abby's dad was a vet, and I wouldn't trust an animal doctor with human brain surgery. Yes, valid points. However, depending on the complexity of the procedure, if they're just trying to extract something from the brainstem, maybe that isn't that difficult. And operating on animals versus humans, I'm sure humans are more complex, for sure. But if they're the best option humanity has, they have to try. Like, they have to try. You know, because it's the fate of humanity. It's not just, you know, can I pull this off because I want to be a really good surgeon? It's, you know, like, can I save humanity if I do this? If I do this and it doesn't work, and then I tell everybody in the scientific community as best we can that it won't work, people won't waste their time tracking down and killing another person who has immunity. They'll try something else, because science has to find a way. Okay, cool. So, a loop of that. We've got all the stuff. There's some handgun ammo over there, though. There's one in the water, I can tell. This is why I want to save up to max the fucking Requiem, because yeah, I feel like some zombies, just normal zombies, taking 2 rounds is, yeah, fucking worrying. Yeah. Cool. Right, I'm going to go and do a save before we go down there because I don't trust what's going on so far. Plus, I might also be able to, once I get all the kills that I've done, and that's going to count on. So yeah, I don't know how much I've got saved up. But yeah, I might be able to max out the Requiem because yeah, the fact that some of these zombies are taking 2 Requiem shots is, yeah, kind of concerning. But yeah, the shotgun maxed out. It just takes people's legs off, so hopefully that continues. Long may it continue. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. So, we've got 50 thou, which means we can do that and have 12,000 left over. But I'll save first. Because yeah, that's basically, it takes 100,000. Takes 100,000 points to get it to fucking max. Fuck me, that's ridiculous, dudes. To absolutely max it, yeah, that's ridiculous. I kind of want to see it, to be honest, but I do want to see it, but still, it's just a lot of points. So I've got this one down here. So if we figure out a weapon is way better and we need to fucking go back and reload it, we will. Because yes, this fight was not fun on casual, on classic difficulty. So yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be pretty fucking grim on insanity, but we'll find out. We will find out. But yeah, Joel, very interesting character. Ellie, very interesting character. Abby and lots of other characters, very interesting. Really, really gripping narrative. Really solid stealth mechanics. Really solid gunplay mechanics. Really good visuals. Really good visuals. The second game, absolutely absurdly good photo mode. Some of the photos people have got out of the game just using the photo mode have been absolutely absurd. It's crazy how much detail and how good screenshots with a few filters can look in that game. Yeah, there's, I mean, I don't know if there's a competition or something, but yeah, some of the photographs I saw, somebody was like, you know, the Last of Us 2 photo mode is art, and then they showed like a handful of, I was like, holy shit, dudes, that's like not just game screenshots, that's genuine photography, that's composition, filtering the lot. This is what I mean, dudes. This is what I mean. I feel like unlimited ammo is kind of a fucking oh shit. Yeah, okay. I'm not so sure, chat. Yes, 3 of them. I kind of only wanted to be 2. Right, let's see if the Requiem pops his bubbles. Yep. Okay. That'll do. That was clean enough. One of the best around, yes. Because the things people were able to achieve with this... no! No! Oh, how the fuck have you just appeared out of nowhere? Fucking stupid cunting game sometimes. Fuck's sake. No noise. You just don't even know they're there. So annoying. Sorry. So annoying. How you spend ages trying to kill all the zombies perfectly. And then one just random straggler just has to fucking show up. So annoying. Yes, they're going to add a photo mode, but people have already added a, excuse me. People have already added a fixed camera mod, which looks really fucking cool. So I'm interested to try that, but I can't do another playthrough of this game. I'm already getting kind of fed up with some of the sort of the rough spots. But yeah, there's a fixed camera mod, but there's also a free cam mod, and Gaming Memories, really cool dude who does like lots of emulation tutorials, like really short and sweet, to the point, you know, sort of informative emulation tutorials for how they sort of make games look better on emulators. But they recently played this game and they got a mod where they they were able to put the camera in sort of different places and sort of capture some cinematic shots, and yeah, they look really fucking good. So this engine is really cinematic. It's a very cinematic engine. Started watching other people play it before I'll replay it again, yeah. Cool. So we can put that bridge down after this cutscene here. We're also going to see what's in this trailer.
Send some footage your way, Sherry.
What the hell?
The guy at the end, white suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on.
I get the appeal of photo mode. Yeah, I mean, I think that like
The database is empty.
So there are ghosts involved with Elpis too.
I think that if a game's art direction appeals to you, then a photo mode is like just a way to really appreciate it. So I think that sometimes I've played games that have like the most beautiful art style, but yeah, no photo mode. So I can't really do anything, you know, to sort of, you know, to enjoy the art style beyond just, you know, taking normal screenshots, which, yeah, don't really do the trick. But yeah, I suppose it depends if you like the art style or not. But yeah, as someone that likes photography, I love a photo mode. I love a photo mode that allows me to genuinely really think about like taking a proper photograph. Because when it's just like, you know, like a free cam and that's it, it's kind of like, you haven't really understood. But take something like Gran Turismo games. Gran Turismo games often have like really, really fucking good photo modes, and because photographing cars is part of car culture, the inclusion really makes sense. But yeah, a full-on proper like set of camera-centric controls to genuinely like do depth of field and compositional stuff. You can position the cars like where you want them in like real locations that have like really high-resolution photographs that you can then put the cars in front of. But also, you can do a replay of a race and take pictures. You can pause it and take pictures. It genuinely. Loads of people were like, oh, that's just a fucking, that's just padding. But I'm like, nah, like, you have no idea. Like, after doing a bunch of races, it's nice to just chill out and take pictures of cars. And, like, to be able to photograph cars that I would never get the chance to photograph in real life. Yeah. It is genuinely pretty nice. I'll tell you what, one game that could do with a photo mode, Bloodborne. Bloodborne could do with a photo mode. And Elden Ring, to be honest. Elden Ring has some absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful environments. It's crazy how big that game is and how many environments are just so fucking whimsical and beautiful and magical and hard to put into words, as you can probably tell. Cool. So that's 25 to make it a bit more powerful. That would increase the rate of fire and the reload speed, so that's 100,000. So we're not going to get that. I'm calling that now. We're not going to get that, I'm afraid. The shotgun. We could go for more power to max out the power for it. So I suppose I need to do another save, don't I? Right, so let me see what the body armor does when we fight some of the zombies in this sort of whatever you want to call it. This apartment block. My banner on Discord is a shot I got from Death Stranding 2. Yeah, one of the best photographs I've ever taken is from Death Stranding. There's a come on, voice. Excuse me. Sorry, my foot pedal wasn't fucking straight, and then the fucking it's just, yeah. The foot pedal underneath wasn't straight, and then the foot stool, the foot rest underneath it wasn't straight, and yeah, it just wouldn't. I was trying to pick it up with my foot, and it just wouldn't move. I was like, oh, fuck it, whatever. Got to do everything with 2 hands. At the moment, everything has to have 2 hands on it all the fucking time. I just can't. Nothing will just fucking work as is. I have to fucking put down what I'm doing, walk over, pick up the damn thing, physically manhandle it into doing what I need it to do, and then I can go back to whatever it was I was doing. So it would be quicker, actually, if I get the fuel. Because on top of that block, there is actually a generator that we need to do, so I may as well get the fuel first, to be honest. Fucking Magnum is so generous, dudes. But it means that you're never going to waste ammo. It means that you're less likely to waste ammo, because, yeah, they want you to be able to pull the trigger with confidence, but obviously they don't want to give you too much ammo, so... Oh, yeah, actually, to be honest, I probably need to go back to the fucking place and sell some stuff, don't I? Because, yeah, I probably won't even have enough space.
Gotta fill this up.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Yeah, enemies that are fucking unaware of you, you can stab them in the back, but before we give you the prompt for it, they're gonna spin round for no fucking reason. Sake, dude. This is the thing, right? Like, it almost doesn't even matter how complex your systems are, as long as they're fucking reliable. Like, when the enemies just fucking randomly do something completely different. Yeah. Not great for the player. Yeah, don't we have to... We just walk through the door now, because, yeah, thought you had to walk up here and drop down to unlock the door, but... It's just open now, okay.
Gotta fill this up.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Just put the fire out or stop the animation. One of the two, please. Sake, man. Just fucking... Oh, the animation lockouts are so egregious. He's like... Just fucking stop, drop, and roll or fucking allow me to shoot. Just pick one. I don't mind what it is. Take damage or fucking put the fire out. I don't mind what it is. I genuinely don't. Just pick one. Don't fucking allow me to move around and aim and pretend to point the camera at something and then not be able to shoot. Because you haven't let this fucking weird animation complete. Especially when fucking aiming cancels the reload animation. So I can cancel the reload when I don't want to by accident, but I can't cancel some other stupid animation. Sorry, chat. I'm going to leave all the items here because I'm going to fucking pick them up once I've emptied my inventory.
Fill this up.
Because we've got a whole bunch of fucking resources to sell, to be honest. Thing.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Oh! Oh my god. I'm sorry, it's just there's so many systems that just don't fucking work the way they need to. It's so annoying. Like if I put down the fucking chainsaw, don't immediately make it hit me. I chose to put it down, don't immediately hit me. I'm sorry, it's so silly. It's just stuff like that that holds it back from being like a fucking flat out 9.5 out of 10. There's so much here that's so good but then there's just some fucking dumb shit that fucking spoils it. It's so annoying because it's a really, really good game, but almost all of the time. But then it just does some fucking dumb shit like that. And it's like, oh, fuck's sake. The chainsaw is slow, so I just want to put it down. But it should at least, because the thing is, if I put it down by accident, I don't want to have to wait for it to be, pick upable again. You know, it should just, when you put it down, it should just be normal for a few seconds, just so I've got a chance to either pick it back up or walk away from it. But nah. Sorry, it's just, yeah, stuff like that just really fucking grinds my gears, because for a company as big as Capcom, it's beneath them. They know better. They know that when they put systems in games, they need to think of the various different outcomes the player is going to experience and put in contingencies to stop shit like that from happening, because it worsens the experience in a way that doesn't, revolve around player skill. It's just the game doing something kind of cheap and stupid, which is annoying because the rest of the game is not cheap or stupid. The rest of the game is fucking brilliant. But yeah.
Gotta fill this up.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Of course the zombie doesn't get hit by it. No, of course not. So, please excuse how cheap that looked, but yeah, I'm just not. I'm not fucking around. I'm not. Yeah, the game really does start to fall apart when too much is happening, and it just fucking gets on my tits, you know? The game will allow several different things to start happening at once, but I can only really do one thing with the character. And it means that out of all those things, one of them is going to hit me. And that pisses me off a lot. So yeah. I keep my distance, fucking create corridors, fucking just lay down fire. Job's a good one, you know? But yeah, one of those fucking zombies just appears out of nowhere. Cool, right. So that's that done. But yeah, without unlimited ammo for the Magnum, this would be absolute hell. I think there's, yeah, I'm surprised there isn't like a soft lock that people are talking about, because yeah, some of these enemies are fucking so ridiculously tanky. 2 Magnum shots to take out a normal zombie sometimes. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it's the extra hard mode. It's not, I suppose it's not supposed to be sort of logical, but you know. But what's weird is they do the speedrun on fucking Insanity. Even though I would have thought it's probably It's probably quicker on a difficulty where the enemies go down by just one leg shot and they go down, but maybe there's something I don't know. But I'll have to double check. But yeah, I was gonna watch the speedrun and just check, you know, what do they actually do in certain scenarios. Yeah, I think 148 to 157 is the average runtime at the moment, you know, that people are submitting, which is, yeah, absurd, like absolutely absurd. But yeah, runners be runners, man. They don't fuck about. But yeah, I think there's a few more days before the tables open. That's a large gunpowder. I can't pick it up. See? Sometimes you can just run up. Run up behind a zombie. And it's fine. Other times, not a fucking chance. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some upscaling going on, even though I've got it turned off. Cool. So, 20, 30. Oh, we're almost there, chat. You know, we're almost there. Almost there. Have we got some ammunition to sell that will get us over the line? Yes, I think we do. Because, yeah, Maxie, Baba, I can hear him picking food out of his bowl and just dropping it on the floor to eat. I think I need to get him a different bowl. I don't think he likes the bowl that he's got. Oh, we'll get that unlocked.
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
Damn. Right, so, yeah, fuck it, I'll just send it. Fine. Still taking 3 shotgun shots. I'm not very happy about it at all, to be honest. So, there's a guy here. very clean, to be honest, but I think I have to take it. I think. That. I'm good. Foot pedal to drive your PC to the shops. No, I have a pedal for muting and I have a pedal for creating a clip. And I think I've also made the middle one make a marker, but I never use that. But yeah, it is kind of handy. Muting and creating a clip are two of the most common things that I need to do. So having a button for them on my feet is really genuinely really fucking useful. So yeah, definitely worth it. I might have to go back and sell some stuff, to be honest, because I've got quite a lot. Cool, so I don't need to... Actually, do you know what? It doesn't make a difference. If I drop down here... I'll grab that. Cool, and then we'll nip back and cash in. Because, yeah, this part of the game is where you farm up and level up all your weapons, because if you don't farm up here, the art's going to be fucking awful. I think I need to have a limb sip. I think. Considered approaching enemies quietly. That reduces chances of them noticing before you get close enough. I don't think sound really counts, because I can just run up to them sometimes. Even the Blisteheads, I can just run up to them and it's fine. So yeah, I think it's more to do with just the fucking... I think maybe I could walk up to them, but the thing is, if you walk, they start walking and getting close together, so when you attack one, then you aggro the other, so you kind of want to grab them while they're out of sight. But yeah, it's just a bit of a weird, wonky system, to be honest. But yeah. Only Leon was a lumberjack, then he know how to turn off a chainsaw. Yeah, I mean, I get that the chainsaw being a thing, they had to put some limitations on it. I get that. I can see why. But yeah, still, I think if you put it down, it should just sit there. And after 5 seconds, it should then burst back into life. I think that's fair. The level 2 body armor might be worth saving up for, so I'll save the points for now. Emphasis on chances of being noticed. Yeah, I mean, I'll try and walk behind the next one, but yeah, some of them I think they're just going to spin round. They're just going to turn around on you. I think it's just how some of them are. Especially on fucking Insanity. I imagine it might even be an Insanity thing, because yeah, Classic I was able to just walk up behind them and knife them, or hatchet them. Did it again. Wanted to rewatch, but visual detection and/or awareness of your presence may be a factor. Yeah, there could be some other stuff in there, but you know. What? This guy hit me through there. Definitely would not be surprised if randomness was a big part. They kind of had that at least to make Remake 2, that how many shots you need to kill zombies. Yeah, well, the thing is the headshots don't do much because you're supposed to shoot them in the leg. Capcom realized that headshots, when you've got over-the-shoulder camera, are way easier to hit, so they made headshots do very little. So chat, we have an ad break coming up, but yeah, it's getting late and I kind of want to get this section done. So I'm going to give it one more try, so I won't do an ad break just yet. I'm going to We're done. We're done. Sorry. Oh, it's just these little inconsistencies that just hurt it. Other than that, it's like a good 9 out of 10 game, but it drags it down to like a 7.5, 8, just because there's so much fucking unpredictability to some of this stuff. And it's a real shame. It is a real genuine shame, because it is a really fucking solid video game otherwise. But yeah, there's just a handful of things that just don't quite work the way they need to work when you need them to work, and it kind of upsets the flow of combat and then upsets the flow of the game, and it makes it kind of like, okay, we'll ignore that and move on to the next thing, because there's a bunch of really fucking good stuff in here, really good stuff. Just a couple of things that really just act as a fly in the ointment, unfortunately. It's a shame. Was this 8 hours of just RE9? Yeah, 8 hours. 8 hour stream of just RE9, and it's on Insanity, so there's all sorts of other considerations to make. So yeah, I'll call it there. I've got to get up at 6 in the morning because the Formula One's at 7 in the morning, so I need to get to bed reasonably early tonight. So I'll call it there before I get too stressed. But yes, thank you to everyone that hangs out and is patient with me when I get stressed. But yeah, as you guys can see, that I'm trying to do everything as cleanly as possible. I'm trying to do everything as clean as possible and trying to be sensible, but the game just fucking mugs you off sometimes. There's just stuff that just mugs you off. No matter how careful you are, no matter how many considerations you make, there's just a zombie just fucking gets you from nowhere, and it just completely undermines all the effort you put in, and it's a shame. It's a fucking brilliant game in parts, but yeah, it's also just really tedious and annoying in others, which is a real shame. And I think that a lot of the things that are really pissing me off, just a bit of playtesting would have fucking solved it. They would have said, you know what, that's not a very good outcome. The player did this and the player did this, and actually they shouldn't have been fucking grabbed out of nowhere like that. That feels kind of shit, you know? Like, only if they see a zombie and then turn their back on it and don't move very much should they get grabbed. But yeah, I knew there was one coming round, but they stagger, and they can stagger around corners. So the movement of the zombies is kind of unpredictable and kind of annoying. But yeah, it'd be what it'd be. I still rate it very highly as a video game. I think it's very good. But yeah, I think there's just a couple of rough spots here and there that kind of really hurt it, unfortunately, which is really annoying. But anyway, it's no bother, mate. I'm here to watch along with you. I appreciate that, dude. There's some zombies that attack's very cheap. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, I don't mind if zombies have, like, a few, like, advantages, but they need some disadvantages. And if I shot that, the thing is, I shot that guy in the head 2 or 3 times, but it just wasn't registering. It was hitting his shoulder or something. And the geometry of that fucking rebar was kind of getting in the way as well. And because of that, I was down the scope too long, and there was another enemy coming. Tried to switch to my foot, but it was too late. And it's just those kind of like moment-to-moment issues where something doesn't quite work, and then it fucks the player over. That's the shit that you need to catch. Because, yeah, getting grabbed while you're scoped is kind of... because I always feel like I can never hear the zombies coming, you know? When I would look at the zombie, they're like, ooh, but then when I'm scoped up, it's just, and I'm grabbed. They don't shuffle, they don't make any noise. So yeah, it's just these little things that hold it back. Because I mean, 4 felt fucking perfect, right? It was a remake of a brilliant game that had been remade brilliantly, right? But yeah, this one is like, I see what they were going for, but I just don't feel like they kind of coded it and programmed and put in those contingencies where the player doesn't get fucking mugged off. Is that another ad break? I thought I said I was just going to carry on. Okay, well, I'm going to snooze it so you can get fucked. Oh, did you snooze it for me, Jade? Thank you. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. So let me go over here and I will grab the raid message. You guys have got your raid messages in the chat. I'm going to grab a tab on here so I can see my own chat and grab my own raid message, because copying and pasting it from the streaming tool that I use for my chat doesn't seem to work for some reason. I'm going to go here and do this. There we go. And then I can have a little peruse down the list. See who's on. Who is on. We've got Art, we've got Dead by Daylight, we've got Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah, Requiem, they're playing Requiem. They're playing Resident Evil 4. I also want to have a quick look at the category as well, because I have become conscious of the fact that I tend to raid the same like 12 people over and over again. So I feel like I should have a scroll and see if I can find another creator to say hello to. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. See if there's somebody that's in a similar place to us. Because my voice is giving up anyway. My voice is giving up. So this person, they don't have a camera, which is a bit impersonal in my opinion. You know, I think it's nice to have to be on the screen where people can see you and sort of see your reactions to things. They're at the very end of the game. Okay, let me go back to the top. Let's have a look. Let me just click on this person's stream for a moment. Okay, this person seems fairly nice, so let's say hello to this person. Right, get the raid started there. YouTube, unfortunately, we can't raid out on YouTube, so I'm going to end the YouTube stream there. Thanks to everyone that hangs out in the YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Next stream will be Monday, 5 PM UK time. But thank you again.